of time so that you're aware if you happen to be in an overflow room that you can come back to the hearing room in sufficient time to make sure that you're heard. So, why don't we go ahead and begin? Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. If I could ask Commissioner Hartnett to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's join together as Americans to honor our country and our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And Madam Secretary, if you would just call the roll to establish a quorum.
Sorry, getting there. Chairman Umberg?
Yeah.
Mr. Richards?
Here.
Mr. Burns?
Here.
Mr. Richard?
Here.
Mr. Hartnett?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me mention to my fellow board members, I'm grateful for your appearance here today, and I recognize that some of our other board members could not be here today. As you know, we changed the hearing date for a number of reasons, but I've heard from the other four that they very much wanted to be here, but because of long-standing prior engagements, they couldn't be here. So I'm, one, grateful for your presence, and two, I'm sorry that because of the change that others couldn't be here. Let me make a few comments concerning public comment here. We're going to take all the public comment on all the agenda items and the non-agenda items up front. So we're going to do that all at the very beginning of the meeting. As you know, that everyone who wished to provide public comment had to have filled out a green card already. When I call you up initially, we're going to see, we're still tabulating how many public commenters we have. We'll begin with a 90-second period. However, it may be required that it be limited to 1 minute further on in the meeting. So, also, another administrative announcement that the parking time limits around the building are not going to be applicable today. And I hope that's correct because I don't have the money to pay those parking tickets, but I've been informed that the applicable time limits are not applicable today. All right, so here's, we're going to begin with public comment, and I'm going to my usual practice to announce a couple, but I'm going to announce several so that you know the order. Assemblywoman Kathleen Galgiani, followed by Supervisor Pereira, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Lohr, followed by Supervisor Pedranco, followed by Mr. I think it's Valley. All right, so Assemblywoman Galgiani, thank you very much for being present today.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Royal Fan Arc and the board members and all of the engineers with the team who have worked so diligently with the community of Merced and also with our neighbors in the Madera area. I've been following this project the entire length of my career, and we started a committee here in 2001, the Merced High Speed Rail Committee, headed by Lee Basie with our consultant Elaine Trevino. We have had a tremendous amount of community support, and we had this group in place when the alternative alignments were laid out for the community to see. And when we first had concerns raised within the agricultural community, they came to our committee and we approached you, and you worked with us. And you worked with us on coming up with a hybrid that would protect as much ag land as possible. And that really gave our area an advantage over some areas, other areas in the state where they didn't have the benefit of having a group together for a long period of time. They didn't have the benefit of having the type of understanding that we did. So our community was able to come up with a preferred alternative that we were able to express to you, and you worked with us. You made tweaks and revisions to the existing alignments, came up with a hybrid, and I'm very pleased. And on behalf of our community, really want to thank you for working so closely with us so that we could come up with something that's a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Thank you for your leadership and your tenacity on this project. We're most grateful. Supervisor Pereira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Mr. Van Arp. Thank you for being in the San Joaquin Valley, the home of the backbone of the high-speed rail system. Thank you for all your leadership. And again, I thank you for having me come up early. My board just opened our meeting at 10 a.m. They convened till noon so I could get back. But it was that important for my board of supervisors, the number one ag-producing county in the valley, to send its representatives here to show our strong, staunch support for high-speed rail. So thank you for having me here. You know, it's difficult times, we know, but what we know you have done is you have paved the way and are paving the way for making a decision that's going to be historic for this country and for this state. No question that there's an 800-mile system that's going to be built in this state that will move people the way they need to be moved with the type of population growth that we're going to be experiencing over the next 20, 30 years. Well, this is a visionary decision, and when I came in today, I saw all the students outside talking about and screaming for high-speed rail. They want it so that they can move themselves and their families into the future. It's just as our forefathers built the systems that we are moving on, it's time for us now to build the systems that our children and our grandchildren will move on. So I thank you for all the hard work and heavy lifting that you're doing. You are listening to the Valley, and that's evidenced by the decision you're making today, which we support. You've created a hybrid. You've listened to the folks on this side of the Valley. You've listened to the folks on in the Hanford area, so you've made a decision to delay that decision to do more research. So you are listening. So thank you for that. But really, I think what we're left with is just really two visions for this country. You know, I think there are those folks that think that America has seen its best days, and our best days are behind us. Well, I think a lot of people in this room today don't agree with that. We see the future, we see the opportunity to grow, and what has always made this country great. And you're at the forefront of making a very, very critical decision for this state and for this country, and we thank you for all that you do. We wish you and your families a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. Mayor Pro Tem Lohr.
Mayor Pro Tem, City of Merced, I would like to welcome all of you, the commission, to Merced. And as you already heard, our UC Merced student crying, saying, you know, they need high-speed rail, and they need it now. I'm here to say also that UC Merced is part of our community. The student is part of our citizens, and they needed to be able to connect with their family to be successful at UC Merced and to be our future leaders. And I'm here to support their effort, and I'm asking you, the commission, to consider make this project a reality soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Lohr. Supervisor Pedrosa? Okay. I'm ready for Supervisor Pedrosa, followed by Councilmember Rowley.
Good morning. Chairman Abing and Authority Board members. I want to formally welcome you to Merced and thank you for holding this important meeting here today. My name is John Pedroso, and I am Chairman of the Merced County Board of Supervisors. I'm also Chairman of the San Joaquin Valley Rail Committee. I would like to welcome the new Authority Board members and let you know that Merced County and our local high-speed rail committee have been extremely supportive and active in high speed since 2003. Since our high-speed rail committee was formed, we have brought together local stakeholders to advocate for the system and address challenges and concerns. I have consistently asked the authority and your staff to be considerate of protecting valuable farmland in the development of the statewide system, given that agriculture is the backbone of our economy. The County of Merced and the Greater Merced High-Speed Rail Committee have actively supported the A2 Union Pacific alignment and have been opposed of the A1 alignment due to the impacts of Merced County agriculture and splitting the communities of Granada and the Grand in two. So I'm extremely pleased to see the staff recommendation of the hybrid alternative for the north-south alignment for the Merced to Fresno section. The hybrid alternative is consistent with the Merced County and the City of Merced's support of A2, and the hybrid does not cut through the communities of the Grand and Granada, which are both in my district. It also minimizes impacts to precious agricultural land. So I thank you today for taking our comments into consideration and support the staff recommendation of the hybrid alternative as it affects Merced County. I do have two requests of the authority board. First, I want to make sure that the voice of agriculture continues to be heard and encouraged, specifically in the selection of the west-east Y alignment. I encourage the authority to select the proposed alignment that would impact the fewest acres of productive agriculture lands. Secondly, I ask you to actively educate the agriculture community on how high-speed rail can coexist with agriculture by presenting best practices from other international high-speed rail systems. The authority has entered into several memorandums of understanding with various countries, and their experience with agriculture mitigation and capability is very valuable. I think with constant communication, our region can work through the numerous obstacles that come with the development of high-speed rail. We did it with the development of UC Merced and can do it for high-speed rail. I look forward to continuing to partner with your staff to do so. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And again, welcome to Merced.
Thank you, Supervisor Pedroza, and I will promise you your name right next time. Thank you. Councilmember Rowling, followed by Councilmember Frazier. And I've been told to make sure that you speak into the microphone because there are two other rooms that are listening in as well as I think we're being broadcast. So, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Authority Board. My name is Mary Michael Rowling. I am a City Council member here in the City of Merced. Hope the seats are comfy. And we're just very pleased that you came here today to listen to the needs of the Valley residents, in particular in this region. The City of Merced is pleased to continue our support of the project and supports the authority staff recommendation for the hybrid alternative for the north-south alignment for the Merced to Fresno section. Like Supervisor Pedroza said, we have been long supportive of the A2 alignment because listening to our community's needs is very important in the sense that putting the project along existing corridors has the least impacts on a lot of fronts. We also support the recommendation that the heavy maintenance facility selection process be facilitated at a later date and continue to ask for your consideration of our proposed CAHSRA site. This is essential in boosting the economy to our region that's been heavily impacted the past several years, with our unemployment rates here in Merced County currently pushing 16%. It's clear to us that, and personally as a long-time health advocate, it's clear that new freeways and new lanes are not the answer. On a day where you're here, where the orange air quality flag is raised, signaling unhealthy air quality here and throughout the valley, this project will improve traffic congestion, improve air quality, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by the order of 3.2 million tons of CO2 annually, where clearly 1 in 5 children in Merced County has asthma. The rates get higher throughout the valley. This is very important to the long-term health and well-being of our communities. So we continue to ask for your support with the project here in Merced County. Please continue to work with us and listen to our needs and concerns here in the valley. And we thank you for coming today. Have a great day.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Frazier, followed by Councilmember Kopschauer, followed by Supervisor Rodriguez.
My name is Fred Frazier, Mayor of the City of Madera. Just wanted to first thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Obviously, this has been a very divisive and contentious issue in Madera County as well as the City of Madera. County has backed A2. The City of Madera backed A1, but not a full support on the council. We believe this hybrid alignment is a very beautiful compromise in that. And this past week, our city council passed 5-0 a resolution supporting the hybrid alignment. And we just want to thank your staff for actually listening to us. It was watching it, a lot of people thought it was just going to go through and our comments on the EIR weren't going to be paid attention to. It is evident that your staff and you paid attention to our concerns and found a compromise, which in this day and age is good to see a compromise reached. So I thank you for that. And but the way we see it now is it's just avoiding any negative impact. And we in Madera are looking forward to working with you and your staff side by side to find some sort of positive impact that we can find for the city of Madera and the county as a whole. And we urge you to look at our heavy maintenance facility sites. We have some very good ones though. So I urge you to look at those, and we look forward to working with you hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Councilmember Kopschauer, followed by Supervisor Rodriguez, followed by Supervisor Valle. Good morning. Chairman Lundberg, members of the board. My name is Jim Kopschauer. I am the City Councilman of the City of Chowchilla. I've spoken before this body many times, outlining in detail the position of the City of Chowchilla. Over the past years, I have stated that we are willing to meet anyone, any place, any time to resolve the issues revolving the Chowchilla-wide connections. After reviewing staff's recommendations to the board, it is apparent that no one was or is listening to the City of Chowchilla. We have been told by staff that we are now being handed off to the East-West group. Staff is eliminating the A1 route north of Chowchilla. My question to them and you is why? Is the East-West route, or why is the East-West group not studying all of the wide connections? This piecemeal approach is not consistent with CEQA and will be challenged. It is very apparent that the authority is intending to run right over the small town of Chowchilla, and I assure you this will not be the case. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Supervisor Rodriguez, followed by Supervisor Valle, followed by Edie Adrano, I think is how you pronounce the last name.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Max Rodriguez. I am a lifelong resident of the city of Madera and also of Madera County Board of Supervisors, representing District 4. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify before you this morning. I would like to thank the authority for holding the meeting in Merced. It makes it much more convenient for those of us who have to travel long distances. Secondly, as you are all aware, Madera County is the epicenter of the high-speed rail project. Nowhere else in the state except in Madera County will the north-south, east-west segments come together. Therefore, it is fitting to hold a future high-speed rail authority meeting in beautiful Madera County. Please accept this as an open invitation to Madera County. Over the last 2 years, I have continually appeared before your board expressing my continued support for the high-speed rail project. Today, however, I come before you to convey that I have regretfully disappointed that your staff recommended the hybrid alternative. The hybrid alternative affects 283 acres to 290 acres of prime farmland. The Madera County Board of Supervisors have been staunch supporters of agriculture, and after months of testimony and deliberate at length, we passed a resolution to support the A2 alignment. We felt the A2 alignment was the least disruptive segment of the three alignments under consideration and offered us the most opportunity. It was the only alignment that remained on an existing transportation corridor throughout Madera County, although avoiding unnecessary disruption of agricultural operations and unnecessary road closures. With that said, though, I understand the political and financial implications that your board faces. While I am not completely convinced that the hybrid alignment is the best possible choice, I am willing to continue to work diligently with your staff in mind to ensure the success of this project. I stand before you eager and optimistic that you are one step closer towards that goal. Despite the naysayers, the project is vital to help California economic recovery. Madera County stands to benefit the most from this multi-billion project. Most notably, this is an opportunity to site a heavy maintenance facility in Madera County. Without a heavy maintenance facility, Madera County will not receive a direct benefit from this project. I urge the authority to strongly consider Madera County as a beneficiary of the heavy maintenance facility site in exchange for accommodating the Y and accepting the increased impact to our precious ag land. Madera County offers the Gordon Shaw site, which meets the authority criteria, it would have the least environmental impact. It is imperative to keep the hybrid alignment adjacent to the Gordon Shaw heavy maintenance facility site. I cannot emphasize enough that without a heavy maintenance facility, Madera County will suffer significant economic and social disruptions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor. As was written in the agenda announcement, the opportunity for public comment required that one submit one of the green cards, and also was closed at the beginning of the meeting. So there'll be no more acceptance of the public comment cards. That's closed. Next, Supervisor Valle, followed by D.D. Andrano, I believe.
Morning, Mr. Chair and members. Richard Valley, Kings County. I also am missing my opportunity to be on the dais for Kings County business this morning. My board is in session. However, this issue takes priority. Mr. Chair, I'm here today. As you're aware, Kings County has already filed a resolution to oppose the project. However, our concern today is the fact that this board has chosen to coordinate with the City of Visalia and TCAG to figure out a way for City of Visalia and Tulare County to apply for grant funds for a station in the County of Kings. We take concern with that. This is an unprecedented move for another county to go after this funding to do business in someone else's county. Our message has been clear. We oppose the rail. We don't want the station. We don't want that rail to plow through our precious farmland and take our people out of work. So, the question is, why would your board choose to coordinate with the City of Visalia when we've been begging this board to coordinate with Kings County? That lack of coordination has caused me to have to change the stance on my position. I wanted to support this project. However, now I can't. I wouldn't expect an answer today, so I'm here today to personally invite a member of your board to come down to the County of Kings. I've asked for it to be on our agenda next Tuesday, an opportunity for discussion in public with a member of your board. My invite goes out to a representative from TCAG, the City of Visalia, to come down, talk to our constituents, the people that I represent, and let us know why you chose to coordinate with them when you're not choosing to coordinate with us. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor. Ms. Adorno, followed by Mr. or Ms. Chris Tyler from Senator Canelo's office.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. D.D. D'Adamo with Congressman Dennis Cardozo's office. I serve as Senior Policy Advisor. The Congressman regrets that he couldn't be here today. He's in Washington, but wanted me to extend his thanks to the committee for listening to the concerns raised by his constituents during the 18th Congressional District. The Congressman represents Merced County, portions of Stanislaus, and portions of San Joaquin County. And it's clear in the draft before you today, the proposal before you today, with respect to the Merced to Fresno piece, recommending a hybrid alternative, that you have listened to this area. Namely, that you have selected a hybrid to the A2 route, avoiding precious farmland and impacts to this region, avoiding A1, A3, which the committee did consider at one point, which would have meant tremendous impacts on the agricultural community, as well as A1. So he has pushed for all along that we utilize existing transportation corridors, and that's exactly what you've done. So thank you for that. Also want to thank you for the continued development and support of the Merced Station, and also thank you for putting aside the discussion of a heavy maintenance facility for a later time where you could get involved in a very thorough and detailed analysis on the maintenance facility. The Congressman will be appearing before the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee this Thursday in support of continued FRA support for this project. He worked hard for the funding. It feels very strongly about basically on the same page as this committee that the San Joaquin Valley is the backbone of the project. We need this project desperately. We need it for improved air quality. We need it for jobs. We need it so that we can be connected to the rest of the state. It's crucial for the San Joaquin Valley. But we also feel, the Congressman feels, that the high-speed rail needs Merced in particular, because Merced is the crucial link north, south, and also over to the Bay Area. And our partners from the north in working with the authority on extension of the ACE train to this region will provide an immediate link to the Bay Area and eventually to Sacramento. So that's a crucial component of this project, and we pledge our support to continue to work with you as you move forward. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms.
My name is Chris Tyler. I'm the District Director for State Senator Anthony Cannella, and I'd like to welcome you to Merced, the part of the 12th Senate District. Senator Cannella is actively going through the documents you provided as far as the business plan, and he's eager to see the final EIR and how you've addressed the concerns that have been raised by the public. But he wanted me to express his great appreciation to you all for the manner in which you've conducted yourselves and the committee's activities over the course of the last at least 6 months. You've been listening, and we greatly appreciate that. Last summer, the executive leadership of high-speed rail was here and appeared before the Senate Ag Committee, of which Senator Cannella is the chair, and he expressed his desire to see impacts to agriculture be minimized. And it's his belief that the A2 alignment and the hybrid that you've chosen does largely that. He also understands, however, there are issues still with the Madera Farm Bureau and their concerns, and he would ask that you just continue to work as you've done thus far, addressing concerns, minimizing impacts to agriculture, and fully mitigating those issues. He certainly appreciates you hearing the concerns of the city of Madera and many of the businesses along 99 in that area. One such business is Azteca Milling, which came to Senator Cannella and said, we've got a $50 million problem. We want to expand our plant in this area, but we don't know where high-speed rail is going to go. Those are real jobs. I brought the concern to one of your consultants. Your consultant addressed it with you, and we really appreciate you listening and helping with that issue. Certainly there are big issues that lie ahead in the final determination. Of paramount concern is the location of the Y. We know that's not part of today's discussion. However, we would ask that you consider the 152 alignment, again, minimizing the impacts to agriculture, and we'll actively follow along. So to conclude, Senator Cannella very much appreciates the good work you've done, and we ask that you continue to collaborate, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, and thanks Senator Cannella for his support. Mr. Mercer.
Good morning. I'm here representing Operating Engineers Local 3, and I see firsthand the effects of our economy lately, what it's doing to our members. Members losing their homes, losing health care, and just struggling all around. So on behalf of our members, we support the high-speed rail project, and we'd also like to thank the high-speed rail board and their staff for all their hard work that they've put into this project so far. No one would argue our economy needs improvement, and one way to improve our economy is to put people back to work. We have that opportunity right in front of us with the high-speed rail. This is a huge opportunity, and people all across the United States are watching to see how we handle this opportunity. And with this opportunity comes challenges. And I believe, we need to work together to overcome these challenges. And let's not waste this opportunity. We all want a better economy. We all want more jobs. And I believe we all need to work together to make high-speed rail a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. In terms of public comment, we have approximately 100 individuals wishing to comment. If someone else in your group expresses sentiments that are similar to your own, you can feel free to forego or to come to the microphone and say, I agree with Mr. or Miss X. There's a clock that's on the wall. Those of you who are actually in the hearing room can see it. I'm pointing to it right now. And what we're going to do is once 30 seconds has elapsed, then Ms. Toof is going to turn on that clock so you can see what the remainder of your time looks like. All right. Mr. Conzo, followed by Mr. Snoddy, Mr. Shell, then Mr. Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and other authority board members. My name is Blake Conzel. I'm the Executive Director for the Fresno Regional Workforce Investment Board. I'm here today to actually ask you to agendize something at your meeting in January. There have been a number of recommendations that have been made to your staff regarding the possibility of having focused hiring from areas of long-term high unemployment. And procedurally, if these matters don't come before your authority in short order, process-wise, you won't be able to make a decision because it won't be possible to include the language in future RFPs. So we would ask that be agendized as a discussion item at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got another administrative announcement. As a reminder that the small business team is conducting the small business listening session with respect to our small business, disadvantaged business, minority-owned business plan, and it's on the third floor. So if you're interested in particularly in commenting upon that plan, I would suggest you go to the third floor and advise those folks. All righty.
Thank you, Chairman Ungberg, members of the authority. I'm Bob Snoddy from Kern Council of Governments. First of all, we'd like to support agenda items 2 and 3. Also, we'd like to thank the authority staff. Lance Simmons and Tom Tracy are coming down to attend our Kern County Fast Track Stakeholders Group meeting. It's a critical time for us to hear discussion from your staff. Also, I'm forwarding 2 letters, one from the Kern Minority Contractors Association. I'd like to encourage your staff to meet with them next year as they get closer to the Bakersfield Community Public Forum in 2012. Also, I'm submitting a letter from the Greater Bakersfield Chamber of Commerce supporting the adopted route from Bakersfield to Palmdale via the State Route 58. And also like to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you. Merry Christmas back to you. Mr. Shell, followed by Mr. Cameron, followed by Councilmember Baines.
Gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to see you again since Sacramento. I will try to make this very, very brief. I'm not unalterably opposed to the high-speed rail project. However, I have several concerns. One of them, of course, is that we conform to the original proposition of following transportation corridors, and I know you're doing a pretty good job in that in many respects. But secondly, I agree with the minimal impact on agriculture is very important. And I'm, however, equally, if not more important, concerned about the financial aspects. A lot could be said about that, but on this point, I'm particularly concerned about the issue of mitigation. It's a wonderful word. In a report that you got from our City of Merced, there were 30, in a 12-page document, there were 30 references to mitigation. And as even the mayor of Fresno indicated, she's wonderful in favor of the high-speed rail so long as it doesn't cost the city anything. Now, some of these mitigations are not inexpensive. We just built an underpass for $18 million. You're going to wipe out a youth center and a senior center. I would just like to be reassured that you've made provision in your budget, in your financial plan, for the costs of mitigation. And if I could be reassured of that, I'd feel really great. because that station downtown in Merced is going to wipe out 30, 40 homes and some key businesses, not to mention the senior center and so forth. You're prepared in your budget. I assume you've got a figure somewhere in there.
Thank you, Mr. Show. I appreciate it.
That you're going to pay for it.
Thank you.
I hope. Hope springs eternal.
Mr. Cameron, Councilmember Baines, then Mr. Amundson.
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and board members. I'm David Cameron. I'm assistant to the director of the Teamsters Rail Conference. We represent 70,000 locomotive engineers and maintenance of way workers, as well as our 1.3 million members nationwide. Teamsters are strong supporters of the California high-speed rail system and urge California to proceed with the initial construction segment as outlined in the business plan. Yes, important questions need to be answered to ensure we get it right, but the central question remains. Are we going to continue with the 1950s transportation system, or are we going to embrace a 21st century system? There's a lot of emotion around this issue, but facts are stubborn things. California's population will grow, and we will have to expand our transportation system, be it expanding our straining freeways or our airports, which are at capacity, or move through our uncertainties and timidness and seize a bold vision for the future, one that improves our mobility, creates jobs, helps our environment, and stimulates our economy. And most importantly, I think we're using money that's borrowed from our children, and it's important to build a system that will benefit them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Amundson, followed by Mr. Guerrero, followed by Masim Ahmad. I'm sorry, Councilmember Baines. I got ahead of myself.
No problem. Thank you, Authority. I certainly appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak today, and I'm here representing the City of Fresno, City Council member, and I want to state unequivocally that the City of Fresno's citizen and its leadership support high-speed rail in California. We are advocates for our city, and there's been some discussion about some of our comments during the EIR process, and I'm here to assure you that our comments through the EIR process in no way suggest disapproval for high-speed rail. We are advocates, we're policymakers, and we're legislators for our citizens. And we want to make sure that as we do this process, that the concerns of our city are taken into context for this project. So I just wanted to make sure that the authority knew that we support staff's recommendation on the alignment, we support high-speed rail, but we will continue to advocate to make sure that as this project unfolds, our citizens in our city are well represented. Thank you.
Councilmember Baines, thank you very much. Mr. Amundson. Then Mr. Guerrero, Mr. Ahmad, Mr. Bartlett, and Ms. Lacombe.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good to see you here today. I know you guys have listened.
Mr. Amundson, I think you have to speak, right? I know you're a tall guy. You got to speak in the mic there.
Yes, sir. Okay. How's that?
Perfect.
I know you guys listen, and thanks for that. It's a necessary part of this whole alignment, and I'd like to echo everyone's feelings here that you are listening. You probably will hear here today some comments of people who are, how it will affect them for the jobs that are coming up in here and how it will affect their families. You could take any one of those comments, multiply them by 100,000, and that's how many people's lives will be affected, very well. You'll also hear comments and have heard comments on the air quality, the congestion of the traffic. You multiply that by the millions of people that are affected in that way. California needs a future that will lead to a better life for all these people. And this thing is it. We're in full support of you and your whole authority. And thank you. Not to sound trite about this, but let's get her done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Guerrero.
Good morning. We have addressed our comments to the people upstairs on the third floor already, and they don't seem to grasp what we're talking about, so I wanted to present them to the board instead. First off, the Pacific Legal Foundation has sent this board a letter, and in that letter, I think it's on the second or third page, they talk about a race-neutral program, and we would endorse the Pacific Legal Foundation's race-neutral program. After that happens, and it's my understanding the FRA has also directed that a disparity study be done. And we would suggest that you do not do a statewide disparity study because I don't think you're going to get to LA in the next 10 years. So you have to do a new one by then. So do a local. Once you get that disparity study done, that disparity study will tell you whether you should continue with a race-neutral program or go into some alternative form of program. But we do not believe that the DBE should be lumped in with the small business and the disabled veterans in one big goal, because that goal will not be filled with minorities, it will be filled with the regular white firms. And so we urge you to separate the DBE from the rest of your program and have a program based on, starting with the race neutral, based on what our enemies, the Pacific Legal Foundation, is recommending. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ahmed, followed by Mr. Bartlett, followed by Ms. Lacombe, followed by Mr. Dolan, Daniel Dolan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, for giving the opportunity to speak here today. I represent local businesses, Bay Valley Venture, Delta Valley, and United Park, and commercial property and business owners within the State Route 99 corridor in Churchill, Madera County, whose property and commercial enterprises are severely and adversely impacted by the recent changes to the A2 Avenue 24 high-speed rail alignment. The subject property, commercial properties, are situated at the southwest corner of Highway 99 and Avenue 24 in the city of Churchill and the county of Madera. We join the opposition of the cities of Madera and Churchill, county of Madera EDC, city of Churchill, and the city of Madera chambers, the high-speed rail project as currently proposed. We oppose Route A2, UP Avenue 24 Henry Miller alignment, but we support A1 route south of Highway 152 alignment. The latter have been proposed by the major cities in Madera County, the California High-Speed Rail Authority. Current east-west alignment along Avenue 24 would devastate the property, destroy our expanding plan and development. And these are the existing jobs that we have and the businesses they're running, and that would destroy, devastate our business and our commercial properties and all future plans that we have been planned for. The forced relocation of the operating businesses might very well close, and in today's economy. So the preferred alternative would be the A1 BNSF Avenue 24 alignment for the hybrid track. The resolution of the cities of Churchill and Madera, which also oppose our A2 Avenue 24, are consistent with the preferred alternative.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed.
And I have
Mr. Ahmed's got some written testimony, and as I mentioned at earlier meetings, we're happy to receive written testimony, and we'll certainly read and consider that. Mr. Bartlett, followed by Ms. Lacombe, followed by Mr. Daniel Dolan, then Mr. Lopez, or Valentin Lopez. Sorry? Mr. Bartlett is not here, so Ms. Lacombe.
He's talking about Avenue 21 and 24. That's right. So he's discussing what.
Good morning, Mr. Van Ark and members of the board. I'm Diana Lacombe. I represent Associated Professionals and Contractors of California. And first of all, let me applaud you for setting a 30% small business goal on the project. But I'd like to inform the board that this goal can be met with non-minority and non-women businesses. So this board needs to be extremely vigilant to make sure that all small businesses have an opportunity to participate. Lastly, we'd like the board to review the original 800,000 plus contracts that were issued way back and find out what tasks have not been performed and give minority and women businesses a chance to perform this work. It is our understanding from FRA and the high-speed rail that federal funds at that time the high-speed rail actually had federal funds at the time that those contracts were actually awarded. So we'd like for you to review that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lacombe. Valentin Lopez, followed by Mr. Spar, followed by Clay Haynes.
I'm Daniel Dolan.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, I got ahead of myself again. Yes, go ahead.
Anyhow, good morning, Chairman and Mr. Van Ark and board members. I'm wanting to commend Mr. Van Ark and his staff and all the work that you folks have done this past year. I've really been impressed. I've gone to a lot of your meetings, and you won me over. And as part of winning me over, I wanted to encourage...
Mr. Dolan, especially when you're saying we've won you over, if you could speak into the microphone, that'd be good. Yeah. Right.
An important event is coming up on Thursday that was mentioned about the Transportation Committee meeting with FRA, and I wanted to thank Mr. Van Ark for having the courage to appear on this panel, and I wanted just to pose a question to him to maybe prepare for in case it comes up. There's so much pressure by Republicans and different folks to attack the federal transportation funds, and it could be that another high-speed rail plan could gain favoritism over California's if we're not careful, and in particular, the one that's been proposed from Connecticut to New York and Washington, D.C. So if the question came up, why should we build 130 miles in the Central Valley that doesn't really do anything right now with X number of dollars when we could build a 100-mile high-speed rail connector in the Northeast Corridor that would serve millions? How would you encourage them to pick California anyway?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Valentin Lopez, followed by Mr. Spar, and then Mr. Haynes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the High Speed Rail Authority. My name is Valentin Lopez, and I am the chairman of the Ama Mutsun Tribal Band. Specifically, I'm here today to express the Ama Mutsun Tribal Band's frustration and outrage with the California High Speed Rail's total disregard for any type of effective consultation as required by law regarding cultural resources. I attended a meeting in 2004, and I was told by Mr. Pinion that I'd be contacted by Mr. Goodrich, Mr. Payne, and Mike Myers to discuss our concerns regarding cultural resources. They never contacted us. In 2005, I met with Mr. Dan Levitt, Deputy Director of High Speed Rail, and told him of our interest in consultation. Not once did he get back to us regarding that. In 2009, I attended a conference call with folks regarding the Madera route. I was told by Meg Scoutlebury and the High Speed Rail that they'd be sending us documents and doing follow-up. There was no follow-up. I invited Meg to attend our quarterly council meeting, in which we had all tribal council members there. Did not show up. They were scheduled for 1 hour at our meeting, and they did not show up. That was the biologists, our anthropologists, and others. I invited them to another meeting. They showed up, and they come with an outdated map, and they just have one map. We have 40 people there. They laid the map on the floor, and people were expected to walk around and look at the map. That's not consultation. In October of 2010, I met in a meeting with High Speed Rail. They wanted us to share sensitive documents at a public meeting. We would not share sensitive documents at a public meeting regarding sacred sites, burials, etc. That was outrageous. And they also wanted us to share them with non-Indians. Outrageous. I was prepared to go to the paper, but instead I went to Mr. Dan Levitt, and it was agreed that we would start consultation at that time.
All right. Mr. Lopez, or Chairman Lopez, thank you. I see you've got some written materials, and we'd be happy to consider those.
I don't have a good fact sheet. This is the final thing.
All right.
An email, and in this email, it says it disinvites Native Americans to this meeting today. We are disinvited according to this email. And this email says that they'll have a meeting with us after this meeting. Mm-hmm. Well, that's when you're voting. You won't even take our public comment into concern. No additional, no approval should be done until there is consultation, effective, lawful consultation.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chairman Lopez. Mr. Spar, followed by Mr. Haynes, followed by Mr. Cervantes.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is David Spar. I'm the President and CEO of the Economic Development Corporation for Merced County. I'd like to thank you for being here in Merced and holding this meeting. I'd also like to thank Bren and the staff and the engineers that have worked very hard on the hybrid alternative alignment. My board of directors is in support of the A2. But more importantly,
for staying the course, for working hard and taking into consideration agriculture, ag interests, and ag owners. It's extremely important to us being our largest industry. I know this is a 40-year visionary decision, but I think you're making the right decision today if you support A2, if you support ag preservation, our largest industry, and higher densities in the urban areas of the Bay Area and LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Haynes, followed by Mr. Cervantes, followed by Mr. Tenetti. Steve Tenetti, I think is what it is. Mr. Haynes.
Hi, good morning. I'm Clay Haynes, Board President for Abu Darien School District, south of Chowchilla. This project will destroy our school. It's been there over 100 years. Been going strong. We're a distinguished school. Really ruins our transportation, getting our kids to school. It's gonna destroy it. I think the project stinks. Too many disruptions, no foresight in the way this was planned. We have roads to fix that we can't afford to do. Dams need to be built. Welfare problem. And how are we going to spend $100 billion or more on a train? Doesn't make sense. High-speed rail sounds good, but it stinks. After this hit the ballot, studies have been done. I think it's fair to say we have way too many problems to have another problem. Are we doing our future generations a service? I don't think so. I think we're doing a disservice, ruining the breadbasket of the world, building houses, filling the valley with people for a thrill ride on a train. Have we all lost our common sense? Thank you.
Mr. Cervantes, followed by Steve Tenetti, followed by Tony Ogbede.
Good morning, distinguished gentlemen of the board. My name is Fidel Eduardo Cervantes. I am a resident of Delhi, proud member of the Central Valley, and a student at UC Merced. I'd just like to share with you a tidbit of information. I belong to the general statistic of Central Valley youth that are affected by asthma. And one of the most traumatizing experiences of my childhood was that one morning I suffered my first asthma attack, and I must admit I've never forgotten that morning. But it's best that I never do, because it reminds me of one thing, and that's how our community has continually struggled with the subject of air quality. With this in mind, we begin to see how this project is an investment, not only in our economic well-being, but in improving our community's air quality. I mean, given our geographical constraints and an economy that has traditionally relied heavily on agriculture, it's apparent that when all said and done and dealing with this complex issue, not everyone is going to come out winning. Still, I feel that as of now, we are provided with the opportunity to show that we are willing to invest in the future, not only in the sense of improving our economy, which typically, as we belong to the Central Valley, we've had bear usually the worst part of the economic brunt, but we are also provided with the opportunity to improve the quality of life, not only for our residents now, but for future generations that and forthcoming.
Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Mr. Tenetti, followed by Tony Ogbede, followed by Chuck Kinney.
Just as a point of order, if somebody over here could kind of look in the windows of the people out there, because quite often the speakers are not being heard outside, and you brought that to the attention a couple times, but you could ask those people to raise their hands out there if they can't hear, so that you can prompt them to speak into the microphone.
Sure.
Hopefully I'm doing it now.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members, for coming to Merced today. Welcome. My name is Steve Tenetti. I'm the president of the Merced Board the Merced Boosters, which is an organization that promotes economic vitality, job creation for not only the city of Merced, but the county of Merced. Welcome to not only Merced, but the Central Valley. Central Valley is the breadbasket of the world, producing a good portion of the vegetables, nuts, and fruits for the nation as well as the world. And one of the main reasons that we have improved our balance of trade deficit because of all the food production that comes from this valley going out through the world, bringing back positive outcomes for the city, for the Central Valley. The Central Valley also is becoming known as Appalachia West. It's got some of the highest unemployment in the entire nation. It has some of the worst air quality in the entire nation, and that's why I am so much in favor of this program, because it addresses those issues. It's going to save tons of pollution in the air and increase the air quality for the area. It's also going to be a big economic boost for the area. I want to specifically speak in support of your hybrid alternative today, and I appreciate the fact that you've taken into the account some of the concerns of our agricultural people, and it's good to know that you have taken the time to consider their strong opposition to some of the alternatives. So thank you very much. Oh, one other thing. Do I have time or am I out of time? I'm out of time. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Tony Ogbede, followed by Mr. Kinney, followed by Don Bergman. Tony Ogbeide. All right. Mr. Kinney, followed by Mr. Bergman, followed by Keith Ensminger.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
That microphone is challenging, I recognize. If you do your best to hold it up, that'd be great.
Chuck Kinney with Deputy Director for Kings County Community Development Agency. The Ag Committee, which has been formed to study high-speed rail impacts to agriculture, should be open and transparent with the public to inform everyone of what is being studied and what impacts could result from the high-speed rail. Project level EIR, EIS, which was released this last August for the Fresno to Bakersfield section, failed to consider all of the impacts that the alignment had. And only now is there an undisclosed Ag Committee doing research, which should have been previously completed for the project level EIR, EIS. The authority has refused to release any detailed analysis or what the results of their studies are, thus keeping the public in the dark. This brings into question how this new project-level EIR with the Hanford West alignment will address issues which should have been previously addressed in the first project-level EIR, EIS. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bergman, followed by Mr. Ensminger, followed by Catherine Hansen.
Good morning. I'm Don Bergman. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of the Merced Boosters Club. I'm going to add a few things to what Mr. Tonetti said. One of them, I thank you very much for being here, and we look forward to having our station built and the rail going. We're a community of over 16% unemployment, high welfare, and while agriculture is the backbone of our economy in the Central Valley, we need jobs. And other jobs other than ag, which the project will bring over 100,000 jobs. We need them badly. The hybrid route is a great compromise. It really takes care of a lot of the ag problems, especially in Merced County. Overall, the effect is the least that's going to happen to ag, and it will create a lot of jobs. We look forward to having our station in Merced, and we look forward to having the maintenance out at CAHSRA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Ensminger, followed by Ms. Hansen, followed by Dan Flanagan.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name's Keith Ensminger. I'm a small business owner here in Merced. You've heard a number of times that we have some severe economic challenges in this valley. And this would be a tremendous boost for us. It would bring wages, it would bring jobs for skilled tradespeople that would definitely keep them in the middle class. Many of my neighbors are in construction and they haven't worked for a long, long time. And it's difficult for them to try and make it in this economy. For the naysayers, there was, I understood that Intel at one time wanted to build a plant here and they asked for the county to help provide the infrastructure to do that, and the county balked and said, no, we don't have the money. That's not part of our political outcome. And so they approached Italy that said, fine, we'd be happy to do it. And now they have 1,000 highly paid jobs in Italy rather than here. So please make sure that this thing gets done so we can have some high paid jobs here to help support the community and so on. So I'm here to say thank you, and I hope this project goes through.
Thank you. Ms. Hanson, followed by Mr. Dan Flanagan.
Hi, my name is Catherine Hansen, and I live in Merced. And I just want to thank you for your efforts to build high-speed rail in California. And I just want to share what I tell my old baby boomer friends when we discuss high-speed rail. I tell them I want the high-speed rail line built before my children take away my keys. My grandchildren live in San Diego, and I'm driving now, but I won't be able to forever. If they oppose high-speed rail, I tell them to be careful what they wish for. And then I ask them to consider the costs that will be necessary if high-speed rail is not built.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Flanagan. And Mr. Flanagan, I've got two cards here from Dan Flanagan. Are you director of the Chowchilla Chamber?
Yes, the other is my evil twin.
All right. So if we get comments from both, that'd be great.
I'll condense them into one. How's that? Good morning, gentlemen. I'm speaking to you as a member of the board of directors of the Chowchilla Chamber of Commerce. We had previously notified the High-Speed Rail Authority in writing that we oppose the A2 alignment or any variation thereof that has the high-speed rail passing over or through Chowchilla near or between the UP track, right-of-way, and Highway 99. This opposition is based on the financial, safety, environmental, and transportation impacts the high-speed rail alignment would have on our businesses and residents located between 99 and west of the UP track within the Chowchilla city limits and our sphere of influence. The Chowchilla District Chamber Board of Directors maintains this position of opposition to the alignment that utilizes the UP or the A2 alignment or any portion thereof. I agree with our Mayor Kopshaver that I don't think you folks are listening to Chowchilla. You're real concerned about Planada and La Grande, and that's fine. They're good little towns. Chowchilla is right on 99. We have one exit for 99 for incoming traffic, and it's going to just tear that up all terribly. We would request a new look at the route near Chowchilla as you've done with Madera. And Chowchilla is so impacted by your project with the Ys around our town. It virtually surrounds us. We'd ask you to reconsider and go very gently on those. And on a personal note, my evil twin and I are both farmers, and I ask you to tread lightly on the farmland in this breadbasket of the world. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Mr. Patrick Kelly, followed by Stacy Mortensen, followed by Al Smith.
Metropolitan area on the hybrid, the one that we're looking most at is 152. Like this.
Morning, Chair Umberg and members of the board. I'm Patrick Kelly, Planning Manager for the City of Modesto. I'm here on behalf of the City of Modesto in support of the high-speed rail project. Just a little bit of background, the Modesto General Plan, the long-range plan for the community, provides for policies that support regional rail service for the residents of Stanislaus County and the City of Modesto. The City of Modesto General Plan provides for policies calling for a high-speed rail station in downtown Modesto. In July of 2010, the Modesto City Council approved a form-based code that calls for greater intensification of our downtown, mixed-use development, and the building blocks to really support high-speed rail in downtown Modesto. We believe that the high-speed rail station in downtown Modesto is a catalyst for the revitalization efforts of our downtown. Modesto is also a recipient of a Caltrans community-based planning grant to plan specifically for high-speed rail in our downtown. We are proactively planning the station in partnership with the authority's planning effort. Modesto is also a member of the Central Valley Working Group that has developed near-term conventional rail service options to ensure connections to Merced and Sacramento and the Bay Area as soon as there is a viable high-speed rail segment. Modesto appreciates the new focus of the authority and working with the regional agencies on connecting services earlier rather than later. Modesto believes that the passenger rail will help residents of Modesto and the greater region in reducing vehicle miles traveled from home to work. We believe that passenger rail will reduce the need for costly freeway improvements along the route, connecting northern San Joaquin Valley to the Bay Area. We also support the business plan strategy of phasing the project in segments.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
We understand that the costs, phasing is better than available, much better than match
Thank you, sir.
available funding.
Thank you. Ms. Mortensen, followed by Mr. Smith, followed by Steve, I think it's Guile.
Good morning. I think you did a great job on the update to the business plan, but I'm happy that you are considering an extension to that, and I support that entirely because there's some new ideas being explored, and if we can flesh those out, I think they could strengthen the business plan. So imagine with the completion of the initial construction segment that you acquired some interim equipment capable of 125 to 150 miles an hour. Very sexy, very European looking, but capable of higher speeds. But not just stopping at the ICS, running beyond the ICS on conventional lines with conventional partners, and not making people change trains. Let people have a one-seat ride through a true partnership. Be creative, work together. Partners can help you deal with your no-subsidy issue. But if we can offer people a one-seat ride to Sacramento, to BART, to the Bay Area, and they can see sexy high-speed equipment running in the Central Valley, we won't feel like this is a train to nowhere that's way out in the future. This also lets us build support in Northern California to focus on the gap closure of the Tehachapi as our next priority piece. That's a very fundable project at the federal level. That's a very attractive segment for the private investors. So I think it will accelerate that private investment that we're looking for. So go get them.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, Mr. Guile, then Mr. Bill, I think it's Bowker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Al Smith. I'm the CEO of the Greater Fresno Area Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Chairman, you had asked if people had said it before that we shouldn't have to repeat it, so I won't. Just want to thank you for your support, let you know that the third largest Chamber of Commerce in California is solidly behind this thing. There is jobs to be made. That's important for our community. If this were a Boeing plant, we'd be turning backflips for this kind of an opportunity. We've got a quick one right in front of us that I hope we don't lose that opportunity. And as far as quality of life, which is also a mission, the idea that we can expand another transportation option into our state as the population continues to grow is very, very important. So I thank you for your efforts and commend you and let you know that we're still with you.
Thank you.
Steve Guile, CEO, Economic Development Corporation, serving Fresno County. Merry Christmas, and thank you for all the work you do and the sacrifice to your families with all the travel and time you have to be away from them working on this project, and the future for all Californians. I just want to say that the gentleman that stepped up and said all the terrible things that high-speed rail was going to do, from education to farming and everything else. I've traveled around the world and seen high-speed rail, and it is extremely compatible with the environments in which it's in, from agriculture to education to city centers, et cetera. I also applaud you on the work that you're doing in the stance of listening to people. There have been claims that you don't, but in 4 cases where we've had disagreements with the alignment, and we went to the engineering firms and to the high-speed rail staff, they've always made accommodations for that. They've made changes along the way. So I would just say to those who think that somehow this is being stuffed down everybody's throat, that is absolutely not what I've found in the last 2 years of high-speed rail and working with staff. And I think the other thing is just the connectivity that high-speed rail is going to bring. There is a cynicism that divisive politics have brought to this state and to the country in the last few years. And I think some people have lost that ability to hope and to dream about a future of what California can be again. I remember the California 40 years ago. I remember the dams being built. I remember the infrastructure projects. And no, there hasn't been a dam in 30 years, and somebody has to ask why. And no, there haven't been major infrastructure projects. But you bring hope back and you bring the dream back of what California will be in the next 20 years. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonker, Mr. Tim Smith, and Ms. Rose Gomez.
thank you very much for being here today and for letting me speak. I'll be very brief. I want to applaud you guys on all your hard work. Engineering something like this isn't easy. I represent construction. I like to think I represent a lot of unemployed people. I'd like to thank everybody that's in the room that came out today, because this is about jobs. Yes, it's about a lot of other things, but it really is about jobs, people working in this valley. And I want to remind everybody that when the interstate highway system came up, Eisenhower had a headache from hell. They weren't starting it on the East Coast. They weren't starting on the West Coast. It was in the Midwest. When Tesla and Edison put electric power, they had nothing but obstacles. And where I lived for 20 years in Alaska, it was called Seward's Folly. Innovation has its critics. You are innovators. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the authority. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your service to this country. We appreciate it. Remember many meetings where you were on the telephone trying to help us get our business done here with regard to high-speed rail. But to reiterate, my name is Tim Smith. I'm the state chairman of the Teamsters Rail Conference here in California. I represent the locomotive engineers and trainmen, as well as the maintenance workers that work on not only California's railroads, but the nation's railroads. And we want this high-speed rail project to go through. It's critical, I believe, for many reasons that have already been stated before, but obviously we need those jobs, because those jobs will create some economic pluses in this state that are going to turn things around. I fully believe that, so much so that I drove down here from my office this morning, and I still believe in it so much that I got to drive back and be at a meeting at 4 o'clock. So I'm dedicated to it. I know you're dedicated to it. I know all these brothers and sisters out here who have taken their time to come here and represent their interests believe in it as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Gomez, Rose Gomez. Followed by Carol Schell, followed by Mr. John Hernandez. And Mr. John Hernandez is from the Central California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning. I'll make this real short. I had a speech prepared, but I cut it. I voted no for the high-speed rail when it came up on the ballot. The estimated cost of $9 billion I knew was not going to be. California has never been able to control any costs that they ever put out to the public. The voters said yes to lots of jobs needed now. I don't see any jobs so far here in Merced. The jobs are in China, making our high-speed rail trains, and not in the United States of America. Why couldn't they have been built here? As long as this process is taking, construction workers, all of these good people out here, could have built a plant to manufacture them right here in California. You would have saved on transportation costs. Well, where can I find information on the internet on the money that you have already spent? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Carol Schell, followed by Mr. Hernandez, followed by Tate Hill.
My name is Carol Schell, and I'm here representing Jocelyn Thielen because she could not be here today. So I'm reading her statement. On November 3rd in Sacramento, I heard 2 hours of teachers and engineers, elected representatives, economists, and other knowledgeable professionals point out flaw after flaw in this project, but you refuse to address the relevant issues. Therefore, I will address this to our taxpayers and locally elected representatives. It appears the High-Speed Rail Authority is merely going through the motions with these so-called listening sessions. They have forced King County to resort to lawsuits to get them to hear them in such a manner that it is in compliance with the law as outlined in their demand for coordination letter. The coordination process is to commence before and during the development of the EIRs. For example, in November 3rd, the director of Kings County Community Development Agency, said, "We have spent countless hours reviewing both your project level EIR and EIS documents to answer the question that Kings County has had, basically because your staff and consultants have been unwilling to share that information. And I will specifically point out June 7th, when Jeff Abercrombie came to our board and said we can't answer these questions. Wait until the EIR, EIS documents are released." That is the start where Kings County realized that the High-Speed Rail Authority was not working.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
If you've got a written statement, we'll consider it. Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, followed by Mr. Tate Hill, followed by Salvador Enriquez.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm John Hernandez, Executive Director of the Central California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. We represent roughly 45,000 Hispanic businesses in the counties of Fresno, Tulare, Merced, Madera, Kings, and Mariposa. We strongly support the high-speed rail project in Central California and all across the state. And one thing what was inspiring this morning is seeing our young people, our young students out there from UC Merced marching around with their train they built here in America, talking about the value of high-speed rail and the fact that they will ride it. This will be ridden. I know it's hard to believe, but I'll tell you what, if you want to look at a failed industry, you can look at the airline industry. That industry has run a negative $32 billion over its lifespan. So high-speed rail has run a profit where it has been established. So it's a proven system. One other thing, I'd like you to see all these guys in the orange just stand up real quick. Just want to ask you one question. Do you want high-speed rail? Yes. When do you want it? Now. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you for your very efficient presentation, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Hill, Mr. Enriquez, followed by Mr. Bigelow. Tate Hill? Going once. All right. Mr. Enriquez, Salvador Enriquez, followed by Mr. Bigelow, followed by Ryan Camp. Mr. Enriquez. All right. Mr. Bigelow, I know Mr. Bigelow's here, followed by Mr. Camp, followed by Mr. Marvin Dean.
Good morning. Jim Bigelow with the Redwood City San Mateo County Chamber. I was in Sacramento at your last meeting requesting an extension till January 15th on the business plan. I would encourage you when that item comes up to support it. As far as the business plan goes, we find the new version is extremely improved over the old one. It's far sounder in its future and ability to deliver the project. The blended approach in the south end and in the San Francisco Peninsula is appreciated. That's in there to help combine efforts with our Metrolink and Caltrain and so forth in delivering a more cost-effective approach in the high-density areas. So Stacy Mortensen from the ACE train, that's an exciting thought to spruce up the first segment and get something kind of sexy running on it. I would do that. So we'll be sending some formal written comments soon. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Bigelow. Mr. Camp, Mr. Dean, then we'll begin with item number 4. I'll make a quick comment before we begin on item number 4. First commenter on item number 4 is Mr. Bill Spriggs, I believe it is.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Camp, and I'm here to represent the 1%. I'm part of the 1% of the American population who are combat veterans in either Iraq or Afghanistan. So many times I hear, thank you for your service. So as I advocate for the 1%, I see the need to invest in more than ever into good jobs, and that starts with high-speed rail. So if you've never worn the uniform, I ask that you not just say thanks for your service, but to show it by supporting good jobs in high-speed rail. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Mr. Dean, followed by Mr. Spriggs.
Good morning. First of all, I want to thank you guys for coming to the board, for coming to the Valley. I came from Bakersfield.
I think this is your second formal meeting in the Valley, I believe. I'm not for sure of that, but you guys did come to Bakersfield. You kicked off your board meeting there. We're very pleased with that. And I think it's good, healthy, since this is ground zero, that you come and allow people to.
Mr. Dean, I think that they're not catching everything you say. It is, Todd, you just have to.
Hello.
Right, there you go. You got
Good morning again.
Right.
Again, I came up from Bakersfield, one, to say that I'm a very strong proponent of the high-speed rail, but I also want to say two things, and I'm going to give out some information. Tomorrow is a very important meeting at the City of Bakersfield. The City of Bakersfield has on its agenda, and I'm going to leave a copy of the agenda and the minutes of the background administrative report. It says, public hearing to consider resolution to oppose the high-speed rail project currently proposed. And it goes into the layout, all the detail. And I think Tom Richard was at a meeting you guys had in Bakersfield. I was the only person, I believe, at that time that spoke in support of the high-speed rail. There's an effort underway currently to mobilize opposition to the high-speed rail in Bakersfield. We're trying to stop that. I will be there speaking as a proponent, and we're organizing a group of local people there to let the voice be heard, the people that are supportive, and then why. One of the things that I'm asking you to consider and why I'm here today is, one is that if this high-speed rail project is going to take place, our people in this valley has to be ready for these jobs and these contract opportunity, and make sure that there's going to be a diverse opportunity for all our citizens. And I think if the board send that signal, that's going to help us in the valley to show that there's support for this project. But a lot of people are standing by, don't think these jobs are real, or they're not going to be included. That's why I support one of the speakers that talked earlier about women and minorities, and that small business plan that are going on upstairs, and you know the group that was filed with the FAR, the concerns that we be concerned that we be included. It's not in opposition, but we just want to be heard and partner with this authority. The last thing I'm going to give you is a conference that we're doing in January 18th and 19th. The 18th is going to be an industry dinner at the downtown club in Fresno. On the 19th, it's going to be at the Radisson Hotel. It'll start with a contractors breakfast meeting with primes and the subs. And I'm asking that the authority and the high-speed rail get behind us and support this conference.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
Thank you.
All
this for your staff here.
Right. Thank you very much. Before we begin with item number 4, we've got quite a number of comments, maybe 50 cards filled out for those who wish to comment, so that folks know how we're going to proceed. At 12:15, we have a closed session that we're required to have today. And so at 12:15, we're going to go into closed session. I don't know whether we're going to get through all the public comment by 12:15 or not. We'll go into closed session probably for 30 minutes or so, however long it takes in closed session. Then we'll come back and either begin with our agenda and or finish public comment. As you probably know, at 2 o'clock or whenever we finish here today, we'll also be receiving public comment on the draft business plan. So, Mr. Spriggs, thank you.
Well, Chairman Umberg and Board, welcome to Merced. I had the good pleasure of sitting in one of those chairs for 10 years. Sometimes they're a little less comfortable than other times, but thank you for coming to Merced. You know, in my service to this community in the San Joaquin Valley, I chaired the San Joaquin Valley Policy Council, which is made up of the 8 councils of government in the San Joaquin Valley. You know, we have a tendency to get overlooked in the San Joaquin Valley. As a region, these 8 counties have a population of 4 million. If you take the largest 4 metropolitan planning organizations in the state, the San Joaquin Valley, if it became a consolidated metropolitan planning organization, would be right in the middle. So we are not a small region. We have a tendency to get overlooked. I look at what this means to the valley. If you look at the blueprint plan for the valley, it calls for growth to be consolidated in the existing urban areas, and for our communities or urban areas to grow at higher density. High-speed rail facilitates growing at higher density. If you look at the fact that if we don't build high-speed rail, it will mean the construction of 2,300 miles of freeway at significantly greater cost than what high-speed rail will cost, and freeways will spawn sprawl. This is a great project. It needs to go forward. The dollars are going to be spent on transportation in California one way or the other. I think to talk about the money not being there in the future is a red herring. The money has to be spent. This population is going to double in the next 40 years. This is about the future, not about today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hirleman, Hirleman, followed by Mr. Eversole, followed by what I think is Mr. Matt Wainwright, although I may not be pronouncing that or reading that correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board, my name is Dan Hurleman. I'm the Dean of Engineering here at UC Merced. And we're very excited about our role in research, technology, innovation, and education to support your project. One of the signatures of UC Merced is our engagement with the community in our region. So we're here to support the city and the county and their support of the hybrid option. We think it has a lot of advantages, and much appreciate your listening, as you've heard. Pleased to have our students here today as well. Very proud of them. And, you know, I think this high-speed rail provides a great opportunity for access to UC Merced, both for our students that would allow them to commute further in some cases, if that was an advantage. Also for our colleagues at other UCs and around the world that come to collaborate on our research. So, again, we thank you for being here in Merced, and Merry Christmas to you all.
Thank you, Dean. Mr. Ebersol, Mr. Wainwright, then Lonnie Ote.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Thomas Ebersol. I'm the city attorney for the city of Chowchilla. Before you, I have placed a letter. It has gone out earlier, actually, and what the city of Chowchilla has asked is that this board continue item 4 until such a time as the staff of the high-speed rail has a chance to have a dialogue with the city of Chowchilla. This chart that was produced by high-speed rail staff does not square with the information that the city of Chowchilla has provided to high-speed rail staff. And then I will invite the board to consider the transportation portion of this graphic here is completely empty. So we've got information that this board is going to be making a decision on that's incomplete and incompatible with information that's already been provided. The city of Chowchilla has presented a letter to you. The pictures that I've included in this letter, the first one is a Holiday Inn Express. That will be gone with a hybrid alternative. The next one is a Days Inn. That will be gone with a hybrid alternative. Following that, we've got restaurants, Carl's Jr., McDonald's, Farnesi's, Starbucks, and for you YouTube fans, this Starbucks here is the very same viral Starbucks YouTube video. That's going to be gone with this hybrid alternative. If this board is interested in moving this direction, it should authorize staff to have further communications with the city of Chowchilla. If staff doesn't have further communications with the city of Chowchilla, then this board is probably going to have to address it in a litigation perspective. So let's have it done in an open meeting before it has to go to litigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ebersol. Mr. Wainwright, Lonnie Ote, and then I think it's Dominic Longarini, maybe.
Hi, my name is Matthew Wainwright. I am a junior at UC Merced, and I'm from the California Bay Area. I was born and raised in California, and I hope to see, I plan on investing in California's future, and I hope that we choose to do the same. This is a great example of American infrastructure and California infrastructure. It's a step into the 21st century, and I think it's absolutely vital for not only the growth of Merced, the Central Valley, and the state of California as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wainwright. Lonnie Ote, Dominic Longarini, I think, and then David Mellon.
Hi, my name is Lonnie. In the interest of brevity, I'll just say, we need the jobs, we need the transportation, and if we drag our feet, it's just going to cost more. I had a really nice little story to tell you, but truthfully, it was a little off color, so, and I don't have time to do it. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. And I may be mispronouncing this. It looks like Dominic Longarini. All right. And is it Longarini? Yes. If you'd pull the microphone up so we can hear you, that'd be great.
Hello, my name is Dominic Longarini. I'm a student at UC Merced, and the high-speed rail is very important to me because it gives me an opportunity in my future to travel from Northern California to Southern California, and also to what is now very important to me is UC Merced. This will allow us to expand our state's infrastructure, and not just in the short term, but in the long term. This is going to give jobs not just for today, but for tomorrow. And this is what we need to be able to provide the students of our current UCs and other community colleges and state schools that will be able to have jobs. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mellon, followed by Mr. Arredondo, followed by Onya Radaba.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is David Moline, and I'm here on behalf of the Greater Merced Chamber of Commerce and our member companies. First and foremost, welcome to Merced. I am here today to express support for the high-speed rail and the jobs it will create in our region. The anticipated 100,000 jobs are badly needed for our residents, given that our unemployment rate hovers around 15%. The construction of the high-speed rail line, Merced Station, and potential heavy maintenance facility can greatly enhance the local economy and diversify the types of jobs available that are currently to our residents. I realize this visionary transportation project is under attack by many, but the building of a world-class transportation system is part of what made the United States an economic superpower, and I believe it will be a game changer for the Merced community. The magnitude of investment in Merced County puts it in a great position to give our economy a badly needed economic boost. I would like to respectfully request that the authority provide the local chambers constant information on how small businesses can obtain contracts and procurement related to the construction of the high-speed rail. In closing, I support the staff recommendation of the hybrid alignment between Fresno and Merced, as well as the downtown Merced Station alternative. Thank you for being in Merced today, and know that we appreciate your continued effort to make a high-speed rail a reality in our community and within California.
Thank you. Mr. Arredondo, followed by Onya Radaba. Mr. Arredondo. All right. Onya Radaba, followed by Ed McIntyre. And Ms. Radaba, thank you very much for the phonetic spelling of your name here.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Anya Radaba. I'm representing the Madera County Farm Bureau. We'd like to go on record as saying we do not support this preferred hybrid alternative. As you know, MCFB's records show that we are actually we have a high opinion of ourselves and in NEPA and CEQA, and we do not feel that currently the board has addressed those CEQA concerns. We'd also like to make a note that the Madera County Farm Bureau members will not be willing sellers with respect to this alignment, and we'd like you to take that into consideration in your proposed cost alternative, because right now the current business plan actually does not assess property acquisition as it relates to condemnation proceedings and unwilling sellers. So with that respect, we'd also like to go on record as saying that the costs associated with this alignment as it relates to eminent domain and proceedings has not been addressed. So thank you very much.
Mr. McIntyre, followed by Mr. Nicholson, followed by James B. Wood. Mr. Nicholson? All right. Mr. Wood, followed by Mr. Mark Kyle, followed by, I think it's Ron Hall. Mr. Woods? Wood, I'm sorry, Mr. Wood.
Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak here today. I'm proud that we have the opportunity to see the high-speed rail here, especially in the Valley, especially in Merced. Again, my name is Jim Wood. I'm a field rep with the Labor's Union, which covers Modesto, Merced, Tuolumne, and Mariposa counties, along with several other counties throughout Northern California are here also with different trades. When I first became a rep, naturally I'm down here in Merced. I got put on an outreach committee. I'm on a WIB board. I'm on a Central Labor Council. I'm really connected to Merced, so I know how many people are out of work. I know how many people are looking for jobs. Everybody's talking about jobs, and I'm going to continue to talk about jobs. If you look at when people start talking about UC Merced, how many people know there's a UC campus in Merced? Everybody should take a ride out there and look at it. If you could build a UC campus in Merced, you could have high-speed rail in Merced. And if anybody has a question about the availability of manpower and the amount of people out of work and the skill set to do this work from the top to the bottom to driving tunnels through these passes, I am here to assure you there's plenty of people available. There's plenty of skilled work and jobs, jobs, jobs. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Is that Mr. Nicholson? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Nicholson.
Thank you.
Sorry I didn't give you enough time.
Yeah, I was downstairs.
I'm sorry I didn't give you enough time. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I'm the Assistant Planning Director for the Merced County Planning Department, and thank you all for coming to Merced and the San Joaquin Valley. We submitted extensive comments on the EIR, EIS for the Fresno to Merced segment, and we wanted to say we appreciate the staff recommendation. You listened to all our points, and we hope the board supports what your staff has recommended. The main point that we had was the BNSF alignment in Merced County was definitely the wrong alignment. We wanted you to abandon future consideration of that, and in the staff's recommendation, you're following the UP Highway 99 alignment, which is the major transportation corridor in our county, and that best serves the Merced Station. In addition, the heavy maintenance facility that's proposed at CAHSRA was not analyzed thoroughly in the CIR, and we'd ask that you defer consideration of that, and the staff is recommending that as well until the San Jose to Merced segment is analyzed in their separate EIR. So we support that. And then finally, there were some issues not fully addressed with some road closures that weren't really identified in the EIR that needed more analysis. And partially with the deferral of the Y alignment in Chowchilla area in Madera County, it goes west into Merced County, and we had no understanding or no data to understand what would be the effect of which alignment in Merced County going towards Los Banos and to Gilroy. Deferring that decision also is a major benefit to Merced County and to the farmers, the landowners, to see what the impacts are. So we support your staff's recommendation and hope you follow that.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. And I see Mr. Kyle here, but if Mr. Arredondo, if he's here, and okay, he's not here. All right, Mr. Kyle. Mr. Kyle, followed by, I believe it's Ron Hall, followed by Alvin Cha.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair, Board, and staff. It's good to be here in Merced today. Operating Engineers Local 3 is on the record and well known as being a supporter of high-speed rail, so I'll reference earlier comments by our representative Dave Mercer to keep things quick, and I just want to add two comments. One, I want to acknowledge the 100-plus rank-and-file union members and students, college students who showed up here today. They showed up today not just to counter the persistent voice of the naysayers who seem to show up at every meeting, but more importantly, to show the face of the real working men and women who want to work and build and ride high-speed rail. Some of them, not only the laborers in Orange, but operating engineers and other trades are here. Some of them are unemployed right now and have been for a long time. Some of them have lost their jobs and their homes and their families because of the economy. But all of them hold one similar dream. They believe in high-speed rail and they want to work on it. About a month ago, I was in Palo Alto at a hearing on high-speed rail. And Palo Alto is the epicenter of the late 20th century transformative technology computers. Right now, I'm standing in Merced. Let's make Merced the epicenter of the 21st century transformative technology, high-speed rail. Thank you. And
thank you, Mr. Kyle. Mr. Hall, followed by Mr. Cha, followed by, I think it's Marshall Dillon.
My name is Ron Hall. I'm here representing Operating Engineers Local Union Number 3. I'm for the high-speed rail, due to the fact that creating jobs in California and everything. My philosophy is if you earn it here, you're going to spend it here. It's going to boost the economy, give everybody a comfortable living, keep away from the foreclosure process and everything. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Cha, Alvin Cha, followed by, I believe it's Marshall Dillon, followed by Lee Boise. All right, no Mr. Cha. Mr. Dillon? Marshall Dillon. No Mr. Dillon. Dr. Lee Boise, followed by Daniel Martinez.
Good morning, Chairman Umberg, Mr. Van Ark, and the board. Welcome to Merced. I think we need a bigger room here. This is fantastic. I've been involved with Authority and the Greater Merced High-Speed Rail Committee since 2003. And I can just share with you that we've seen the ups and downs on this project, but we're thrilled to see that we're a step closer to seeing a high-speed rail station in downtown Merced. We believe this project will enhance the lives of the residents in Merced, the surrounding area, provide long-term economic growth for our business community. I also agree with the staff recommendation on the hybrid route because it avoids the smaller towns of Planada and La Grande, as well as having less impacts on ag. Lastly, I just want to say that in 2002, they broke ground for UC Merced. And today we actually had head of the engineering department speak in behalf of high-speed rail. So for those of you that say high-speed rail can't happen, I can tell you I was here in this room 12 years ago when we were trying to break ground on a campus in the middle of the cow pasture. So I say to the board, you're listening. I can only speak for our area, Merced County. You've been extremely receptive to what we've asked. You've taken our comments, and you've made a better route than what we were preferring. So again, we applaud you, and we thank you for coming to Merced.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel Martinez, followed by Yamin, Jamin. I think it's Jew, XU, followed by Mr. Tate Hill.
Hello everyone. I'm Daniel, a third-year student from UC Merced. And as mentioned earlier, I'm not here just to drown out the naysayers, but also to express my concern for the future, which is my future, and the future of the students that showed up in attendance through their busy final schedules. I just wanted to comment that I kept hearing in the past couple of years I've been here in Merced that the UC, the school that's home to my education, the education of several other students, faced some pretty tough opposition, and it took vision to get that school there. And I really appreciate those that pushed that. And I know high-speed rail also facing similar opposition, and it'll also take vision to get this job done. And I really appreciate everyone's work, Kathleen Galgiani especially, and I really hope that you guys work hard to get this done, because I know myself and other students will definitely use it in the future as they grow up. I support the alternate route and also the downtown station, because I feel we should prevent urban sprawl.
Thank you. Mr. Zhu?
Hi, I'm currently a freshman at UC Merced. Currently, I go home about every 2 to 3 months to LA.
I just want to make sure I got the right person. Could you go ahead and give us your name?
Jamin Zhu.
Jamin Zhu. Okay, thank you.
I go home about every 2 to 3 months to LA. That's a little bit too less. I would want the later generations to not have to go do that. Flying's too expensive. Amtrak's too inefficient and is out of date. Driving is also growing. It's also a big problem as there's too much traffic. So I want high-speed rail to fix that problem. And that'll be it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Tate Hill, followed by Randolph Merlestein, followed by Barry Runyon.
Hello, my name is Tate Hill. I'm president of the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce and also vice president of the California Black Chambers Council of Chambers. Our chamber is in high support of the high-speed rail project. We're also in support of the proposed hybrid alternative. We think it's a win-win situation for the various communities, also the businesses and the small businesses that will want to take advantage of the contracting opportunities. To that point, we really will like to support the concept of making sure that the rail authority looks at how it works with compliance of the contracts and also its SBE, DBE outreach, those opportunities, and making sure that there's regional responsiveness, I believe, as relates to Title VI within the business outreach plan, and providing opportunities for contracting within the actual DBE compliance component to utilize the chambers and local resources available to the rail authority to make sure that small businesses and DBEs have opportunities to do contracting and being able to connect with the prime contractors. So again, we're in support of the project, and we want to be a resource to you within the local area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Mr. Runyon, followed by Alberto Jaquez, followed by Stan Jensen. I think I might have skipped Mr. Merlstein.
My name is Randy Muhlstein. I represent Azteca Milling. The next four of us are all from Azteca Milling. We only have a minute, so. Azteca Milling has a corn milling plant and then also has a grain storage facility north of Madera, California. They employ 100 people, 50 union jobs. They could be negatively impacted by the UPRR SR 99 route. So we're very pleased that the staff has recommended the hybrid route. They have been very responsive to us. They've met with us, especially Peter Valentine. He takes my calls. I'm very, very pleased. We've sent a lot of written materials to you guys. Also, I met with Mr. Richard. Appreciate if you would approve what the staff has recommended. Save 100 workers, 50 unionized, and again, we're in favor of the hybrid route. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Runyon, Mr. Jacques, then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. My name is Barry Runyon. I'm the superintendent for the Azteca Milling Plant in Madera. Thank you for this opportunity to make public comment. Throughout this process for the last year and a half, we have met personally with high-speed rail staff engineers at our facility sites. Immediately, high-speed rail staff recognized that it was problematic due to insufficient space for UP and the PG&E infrastructure. I would like to thank the HR staff for listening to our concerns and also responding to our concerns in a timely manner. With that being said, I just like to conclude by stating that by recommending the hybrid, would you accept their proposal? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to find out how to pronounce your name now. Mr.
Jack.
Mr. Jack.
Yes.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. My name is Alberto Jack, and I'm working with Azteca Milling as a director of manufacturing. And gentlemen, I don't want to sound redundant, but I must insist in asking you to adopt the HSR staff recommendation of taking or choosing the hybrid alternative option. As you may know, and in our previous presentations here, as part of our organizational and strategic planning, we have a project to expand our facility here in Madera. And this expansion will increase at least or more than double the capacity that we currently have. Besides that, it will employ at least 30 additional workers, and its cost will be at least $50 million to build. So due to the importance of our timeframes, in order to achieve our project, I urge you to let us know as soon as possible the final decision on this matter, so we can either continue with our plans to expand here or redirect our efforts in order to seek for other alternatives that can fulfill our best interests and our customer requirements.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen, followed by Mr. Doug Kilgore, followed by Mr. John Smedley.
Morning. My name is Stan Jensen. I'm a distribution director for Azteca Milling.
Mr. Jensen, if you'd speak in the mic, that'd be great.
My name is Stan Jensen. I'm a distribution director for Azteca Milling. I've been with the company 38 years out of the 50 years it's been in existence. On behalf of the 100 people that are still there working, it appears this new hybrid route is going to secure those jobs for the future, assuming it comes to fruition. Thank you. On the other hand, we'd like to express our opposition to the Gordon Shaw maintenance facility consideration, as that will adversely affect one of our facilities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kilgore, followed by Mr. Smedley, followed by Mr. Lewis.
First of all, I want to say good morning to the board and participants. My name is Doug Kilgore. I've been a construction employee for 38 years, 29 of that being with the operating engineers. I've seen ebbs and flows of the work conditions and our environment. At this time, I'd like to urge everybody that's participants in this and the boards that you guys are facing to put down the gloves, stop the sparring, get together, and put this program, this process on go. We need to get that to the ground. Our country, as always in the past, it's been historically evident that in the times of economic downturns, we've built our way out of it. The Hoover Dam, the Golden Gate Bridge, and that's something that we need to do right now. We need to get this project on the ground and build our way out of this financial problems right now. Along with that will become an unnumbered amount of spinoffs with the small businesses, supporting the cities that this involves, and this Central Valley needs this now. Our California state needs this right now. Thank you for the chance to give my opinion.
Thank you, sir. John Smedley, followed by Mark Lewis and Ross Browning. Yes, sir.
In looking over all of this, I see something missing, and that's maintenance of an idle track. You're going to have a track running up and down the valley, and it might be 10 or 15 years before anybody gets a chance to put a train on it. Who's going to maintain that track, and what's it going to cost? I've spent my whole life, started out working at farm labor, worked myself up, became a contractor. Everything in my life to get me ahead has been watching the money. That's what I'm doing here today. I'm watching the money. The state of California is broke. Right now it's running a $25 billion deficit. Federal government's broke. It's running a $1.2 trillion deficit. The numbers published a few weeks ago put the cost of this train system at $98.5 billion. I just added up your critical points 1 through 5. That's $146.8 billion. That tells me two things. Your numbers are still in flux, and nobody knows what this thing is really going to cost. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lewis.
Good afternoon. Maybe the first one to say that. I know you've had a long morning. My name is Mark Lewis, and I represent the city of Chowchilla. Your staff is recommending the hybrid alternative as the preferred alignment for Merced to Fresno section, stating that that alignment is the least environmental, has the least environmental impacts, is the least costly, and has the fewest constructability issues. From the city of Chowchilla's perspective, nothing could be more different. We responded to your draft EIR with over 30 detailed pages of comments, none of which have been responded to. The A1 alternative is the only alternative that preserves the environmental integrity of our community. Earlier in the year, the authority had other studies, their programmatic EIR, that had the A1 alternative is the least environmental impacts and the least costly, and have the best operational presentation. The draft EIR that you currently submitted is inconsistent with the work you've previously done. We believe that your staff is leading you to making piecemeal decisions. In doing so, it really makes it very difficult, almost impossible, for us to understand and assess the complete environmental impact of your project. We hope today that you do not make a decision, that you direct your staff to come back to meet with the city and to reach some agreeable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Ross Browning, followed by Jim Erickson and Lori Flanders.
vertically challenging microphone. Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Ross Browning, a proud resident of the County of Kings. I stand here before you today pursuant to Government Code Section 6250 to 6253 of the California Code of Regulations. I hereby request an electronic copy in PDF format of the yearly by-month history of the total engineering man-hours expended during the study of the California High-Speed Rail Authority project between Los Angeles and San Francisco along the I-5 corridor. To further identify this study by the authority staff led to the determination by the High-Speed Rail Authority of the unsuitability of continuing the I-5 corridor as a candidate for further consideration, thereby ceasing all work along the I-5 corridor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Jim Erickson, followed by Lori Flanders and Steve Massaro.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Erickson. I'm a fourth-generation California farmer laying along the A2. Still in support of the A2 through Madera County. The simple fact that we can't get routes on the alternative. We're still not sure where you're going to go. So at this point, I wouldn't want to throw my weight that direction. We're still looking to try and find out where that line's coming across and back. Now, it's too early to make the decision at this point, I think, to go that route until you're sure what you're going to affect going across. And the why is still undetermined. And we'd still like you to consider all the alternatives before you make it. It has been piecemealed together. It seems like every time we try and get somewhere, it changes again. Information isn't getting back to all of us. So I just prefer that you wait and make sure the routes are where they should be. And still, it's a funding problem. To come up with the money we're talking about for something that may not work, we're building it in the middle of nowhere and have nowhere to go with it if it doesn't work. They're saying they'll go back to the Caltrans. It needs to be between two cities first, and then come out to the country and build it. But I know that's not going to happen, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Erickson. Lori Flanders, followed by Jim Massaro and Dr. Chuck Martin.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Lori Flanders. I represent the Merced County Association of Governments. We're the regional transportation planning agency as well as the metropolitan organization for the Merced County region. Where I'm here to voice our support for staff's recommendation of the hybrid alternative for all the reasons already voiced by Mr. Bill Spriggs and Dr. Lee Basie. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Massaro, followed by Dr. Chuck Martin.
Thank you, board members. My name is Steve Massaro. I'm a lifelong resident of the town of Chowchilla, the community of Chowchilla. I'm also the president of Preserve Our Heritage. I want to thank you for working with POH and for holding your meeting in what will be the most heavily impacted area of the state if the high-speed rail is built as proposed. I would like to point out that the environmental documents that you are using to determine the high-speed rail preferred alignment did not identify or consider all the potential impacts to this unique area of the state. We feel it is premature to approve an alignment without fully studying all of the east-west route alignments. I'm not aware of any law that says that the state will provide a transportation system equal to that of any other part in the world. If California's population is to grow at the rate you suggest, I would be more worried about destroying the very lands that have given you the safest, most reliable, most diverse, most affordable food supply in the world. One of POH's greatest concerns is the destructive influence this rail system will bring to one of the nation's greatest natural resources, the San Joaquin Valley. Bringing high-speed rail through the center of the fertile San Joaquin Valley is wrong. And just to give you a quick little fact, the Central Valley is not like any other place in the world that has high-speed rail. It is one of only 6 unique areas in the world with the unique growing characteristics needed for major food production.
Thank you, Ms. Massaro.
I urge you to slow down and do a supplemental environmental impact report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to read now the names that we're going to hear from before we take our break for closed session. After the following individuals have provided public comment, we're going to go into closed session for, I'm not sure exactly how long, but for some period of time. But I wanted to give folks a heads up. The estimate is 30 to 45 minutes, but we could be wrong. So here, these are the folks that are on deck before we take a break. That's Dr. Chuck Martin, Nate Tucker, Dean Fadif, David Mills, and Deborah Carroll. Dr. Martin.
Hi, my name is Dr. Chuck Martin, Superintendent of the Chowchilla Elementary School District. And I'd just like to put a few key points on the record. First of all, the high-speed rail does present significant negative impacts to the schools in Chowchilla. There's been a number of comments today shared stating that there's been a high level of communication and transparency in regards to those impacts. However, not until a recent coordination meeting took place 2 weeks ago, requested by the Chowchilla schools, was any kind of comments or input in regards to the impacts the rail would have with schools was entertained. The Chowchilla Elementary School District actually supports a no-build position. And in closing, there's a belief that the over-budgeted high-speed rail project presents an objectionable burden to both the local and state taxpayers. The future billions of dollars could be used more productively in our state, and those billions of dollars could be used towards the development of additional jobs within our state. But I believe that the high-speed rail project is not that project to do so. Thank you.
Mr. Tucker, followed by Dean Fadif.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Nate Tucker. I'm a representative for the Operating Engineers Local 3 from Stockton. I want to echo what my counterparts with the operating engineers and other trades have said today. It is all about jobs for us. But one point I want to drive home that Mr. Camp brought up was about the veterans that are coming home from Iraq and Afghanistan. We certainly have a lot of members that are out of work right now, but not a week goes by where one of those veterans doesn't come into my office looking for an opportunity. High-speed rail will give those folks that opportunity. These young men and women that have sacrificed a great deal of their life for us, we owe it to them to do our part. And I think the board and staff has shown that no matter what obstacles put in front of them, you guys can come to some sort of conclusion that works good for everybody, and you've shown that with this hybrid approach for the alignment. I thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Mr. Fadif.
Hi, my name's Dean Fadif. I'm a rep with the Operating Engineers Local 3. I just wanted to thank the board here for coming out and hearing from all of us. I just want to share a quick story with you guys. The other day I had to go to a meeting in San Francisco. I was able to jump on BART, get over to San Francisco, have my meeting, and get back. It was cheaper and faster than actually driving it. The leaders, when I was a young child, had the foresight and the courage to push that program through. You see that you guys have the courage and the foresight to move this project forward. It will help our members get back to work and get this economy rolling again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mills, then our last commenter this morning will be Deborah Carroll.
Good afternoon, board members, council members. Thank you for hearing me. My name is David Mills. I'm a business and membership development representative for the electrical workers of the IBEW, located in Modesto. And I just want make a comment and support on behalf of our workers for the high-speed rail. We know that there's obviously still a lot of debate very healthy debate on the issues for this project. But as a person who also sees a lot of people come into my office every day looking for work, either to get into our apprenticeship or to go out to work for our contractors, I'm looking forward to the day when I can not turn these guys down and put them to work. This is a very, obviously, high-profile project, and we'll be very proud to start to dispatch workers to this job. And one never to be ashamed to plagiarize the comments of another that I heard before me. Work, build, right. It sounds like a great slogan. Again, the IBW supports this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Ms. Carroll, when we come back after closed session, the first two speakers will be Mr. Ron Hogard and Mr. David Dahlberg. Ms. Carroll.
Good afternoon. I am the apprentice coordinator for the Operating Engineers Apprenticeship Program. I take care of the Fresno District and the Stockton District. Behind me is one of my apprentices. He is currently on the out-of-work list, but most of all, he is a returning vet. He did 2 tours in Iraq and has come home, and now currently, for almost a year and a half, he has been out of work. We have not been able to place him. He has a family, a wife, 2 kids, and more than anything, I think people need to look at this high-speed rail not just as jobs for people, but this is a way for him and other returning vets to put their lives back together. We owe them that. Please, in your planning, please consider that.
Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go into closed session and resume 45 minutes. Thank you.
More people saying they don't want to go on GNSS. If you try to just straighten this hybrid out, then right here, we're on the UP, taking it straight across this farm, and this Chowchilla.
No, that's just how they showed up in the. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna less fun.
We're just going to leave all of our stuff here, Tom. Is that the plan?
I don't know. I'm not sure of the rest of this. Tom, should we just leave all our stuff?
I think we can leave our stuff here.
Sure. I think I'll mention this
Just so
to
somebody's
Lisa.
watching.
Leave it here. No, brother. Nice to see you. Good. Good.
Oh no. Oh no. I figure I got another good 5 or 6 hours in me. Good job.
Thank you, Tom.
It makes it extremely, it is extremely difficult.
You know, never seen
I think they're probably waiting for agenda item 10.
It's a good thing to do that.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah. But All right. The California High-Speed Rail Authority is back in session, and we will continue with public comment. Next, public comments from Mr. Ron Hogard, followed by Mr. David Dahlberg, followed by Mr. Fukuda, Ats Fukuda. Mr. Hogard? All right. Okay, was he, okay, but this was submitted earlier, right? Yeah, okay, all right.
And no members of the board?
No members.
I believe the members are right outside, but.
Okay, go ahead anyway, okay. Yes, my name's Ron Hoggard. I recently spent nearly a decade as a city manager in Corcoran and 26 years in local city government in Kings County. I understand and have worked on economic development issues for my entire career. I understand people needing jobs in Merced County, Fresno County, all of the counties, and in fact, Kings County has very high unemployment as well. However, and there are many issues that have come up, and I have dealt with the high-speed rail issues and folks for quite some time, and a lot of folks doing some good work and trying to accomplish some things. But over time, we have seen a lot of issues come up, and I only have time to talk about one of them, and that is the cost of this. In government, if we lack 10% of the money, we don't start a project. In this case, we lack 90% of the money, and it is a large dollar amount. It is $90 billion. And so it seems ill-advised to me that we should go forward with something that we don't know where and how we're going to get the money. And again, I am for jobs everywhere. We need them. We need them in the valley for sure. But it seems like this project is ill-advised at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dahlberg, followed by Atsa Fukuda, followed by Maureen Fukuda.
My name is David Dahlberg. I'm a resident of Fresno, California. I'm a member of the Tea Party, but I'm representing myself. And my questions are going to be, or comments will be directed to Mr. Richard or Mr. Rossi. I encourage that the governor put the funding for this project back on the ballot and let the people do it. When it was passed, we had a high-speed rail for X amount of dollars, and to go to San Diego, it's not gone. The cost is increased. So the way I look at it personally, it's a bait and switch. I went to buy a car for X amount of dollars, and I got one that's 10 times as much, and I've already committed for the bank for this amount. I got to go back to the bank to see if I can get some more money. So that's my view on high-speed rail. I'm for it if we can pay for it, but to increase the cost 10% without going, or 10 times and not go back to the voter and ask them, are you sure you want to spend this kind of money, I think is wrong.
Thank you, sir. Ats Fukuda, followed by Maureen Fukuda, followed by Frank Olivera.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Ats Fukuda. Thank you for this brief moment to address this momentous project. I am reading this statement on behalf of my son, Aaron Fukuda. He apologizes that he cannot join the other members of the CAHSRA and the Central Valley who are in attendance today to ask for accountability. It has been approximately 1 year since our involvement had begun with the authority, its staff, and mountain of consultants. So what we have experienced, we have been lied to, given misleading information, denied information, including maps and alignment details, verbally mistreated by the authority board. Our comments and concerns have gone unanswered. We have been denied public testimony. Recently, a business plan that has identified approximately 5% of funding for a $117.6 billion project and no realistic funding plan. We have been fed unrealistic numbers and analysis to entice our belief that this project is one-stop panacea for all of our problems for the transportation job. The credibility of your organization has been wrought with this type of misbehavior and unethical treatment of landowners. You are not only asking landowners to sacrifice their life and heritage, you are asking them to pay for your mistakes. Although our governor has appointed 2 members to try to straighten the mess the authority has created is too little, too late. We strongly urge the governor and the legislature to expand the authority.
Thank you, Mr. Fukuda.
Vote the contracts to stop the erroneous mismanagement of public.
Thank you, Mr. Fukuda. Next is Maureen Fukuda.
Maureen Fukuda asked if I could take her spot. My
And-
name is John Toss.
Is Ms. Fukuda here?
Yes.
I relinquish my time to Mr. Toss.
All right. Mr. Toss, have you put in a card also?
No, I didn't.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Toss.
Thank you. About a year ago at one of our public meetings in Hanford, Mr. Abercrombie was there, and he was asked the question, heaven forbid, but if there was ever an accident, what kind of mess would this be? And he says, well, the good thing is that the train is one continuous car rather than a bunch of cars, and it's about 1,400 feet long. So I have some questions that I'm going to submit to you. Given the fact that 6 trains will be running each way per hour, how many trains will be in use when the complete 800-mile project is finished? Is the cost of the trains included in the total projected cost of $98.5 billion? What will be the projected cost per train? Which countries will be given the opportunity to bid on the contracts for the trains? What is the total dollars projected for just the train portion? And would you please respond to me on that? I think it's time that we need to separate the train from jobs. Let the train stand on itself. We all know we need jobs. We need jobs for the infrastructure of our state, our bridges, our water projects. We have more jobs than we have people in California. But we need to be channeling these jobs to a worthwhile project instead of some pipe dream of the railroad. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Oliveira, followed by Mr. Browning, followed by Michael Lamb.
My name is Frank Oliveira. I'm with Citizens for California High-Speed Rail Accountability. Speaking on Agenda 5, it's good to see that you have a lot of support in Northern California. I've listened to many different cities and county people talk about how much work and outreach work you've done to solve problems here to get to the point that you're at. Unfortunately, that's not the case in Kings County, which leads you to ask the question, why were choices made? Kings County asked you to coordinate with them. The Rail Authority Board has chosen not to. That's a choice. Things are not good in Kings County. Kings County does not want you in Kings County. Kings County doesn't want the Western Bypass. They don't want the Eastern Bypass. The Western Bypass is a mirror image of the damage to the Eastern Bypass. You didn't come up with a better route. It still bisects property, takes out farmland at an angle. So I don't know what to say about that. But you definitely haven't worked with the people of Kings County. So you got a problem. You're going to build this thing and not put a train on it because you don't have enough money to do that. All told, what do you have, $7 billion? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oliveira. Mr. Browning, followed by Mr. Lamb, followed by Mr. James Bennett.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I also would like to speak on agenda item number 5. And my concerns revolve around Proposition 1A, that the citizens of California voted on and approved after it being pulled twice They voted on and approved it in 2008. It's called the high-speed rail bill by most people. Well, what started out as a high-speed rail feasibility study and infrastructure maintenance and repair bill soon became a jobs bill. It's not really designed to be a jobs bill. Jobs will come, but it's not meant to solve all the unemployment and the job problems in America. But it's gotten tagged with that process. It's neither a jobs bill nor a train bill. So what is it? It's a money bill. It's a money bill. It appears to me, just sitting on the side, that the High-Speed Rail Authority is trying to see how much money can they spend. Because I don't see any benefit to it. I don't see any results. We have asked questions and haven't gotten any answers. We asked, how much will, it was just asked, how much will the train set cost? We've never heard an answer on that. We've asked, where will the jobs come from? Tell us by county. Not even nailing it down to a city. Tell us by county, where will the jobs come from? And what will these jobs entail? Not word one. So there's been a lot of money, gentlemen, that has been spent, and I see very little bang for my buck.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lamb, let me read off the list of those yet to comment before we finish public commentary. After Mr. Lamb, then Mr. Bennett, then Mr. Millard Downing, Ms. Mary Jane Facundes, and finally and lastly, Mr. John Carlisle. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Michael Lamb. I'm a resident of Kings County. I would like to thank that young man that was here, that veteran looking for a job. I too am a veteran. I spent 28 years in the Marine Corps. I'm retired from my job, and I now serve as a substitute teacher in Kings County. This train, this Proposition 1A, originally was funded for $33 billion, LA to Sacramento. Now you want $98 billion for less than half of the distance, 530 miles, and that $98 billion is an unfunded liability. If California doesn't need anything else, it certainly doesn't need. Mr. Van Ark, pay attention, sir? Thank you. If they need nothing else, it's a courtesy thing. If they need nothing else, they don't need any more unfunded liabilities, and that's exactly what this is. People time and again are always talking about, we need to get here, we need to get there. We have a freeway system that's not maintained. Maintain a freeway system. We have a local train system that runs 60 trains a day run through the city of Hanford. Maintain that. But please, please, don't spend this boondoggle money on somebody's pet project so they look good to keep the unions happy. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Next, Mr. Bennett, followed by Millard Downing.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is James Bennett, and I'm here to represent a voice of 2/3 of Californians who are opposed to the high-speed rail. I'm a sitting board member of the Central Valley Tea Party. We represent fiscal responsibility within California and within our federal government. This train so far has not proven to be fiscally responsible. We are not against high-speed rail. We are against the fact that we're going into debt. We're going to spend money that we do not have, and California is already in debt, as is our federal government. We're already at 3 to 4 times the original amount that Proposition 1A passed. We demand that the governor put this back to the people and let the people decide whether they want to spend 3 or 4 times more than what the original amount was that they voted on. This is still cutting through prime agricultural and farmland, and we cannot afford to have not 1% of our farmland taken. This is money that this valley, the Central Valley, absolutely needs to be productive not only in California, but the United States and other countries.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Downing. Followed by Miss Mary Jane Facundas.
My name is Miller Downing. I'm from Hanford, California. I live on the east alignment. It would take my house. But whether it's the east alignment or the west alignment, I'm not in favor of the high-speed rail at the present time. I'm not against high-speed rail, but just not now in the way that it's being done. Built my home. I had to get a course of construction loan, if you know what that is. I had to present the ability to pay. I had to have credit worthiness. I had to have accountability as I was building the home. As the money was drawn, I had to show proof of what was done before there could be more disbursements of money. And then at the end, there had to be value in my home that warranted them making the loan to me in the first place. I applied this to the high-speed rail and the ability to pay back. It isn't there. Credit worthiness, the state doesn't have it right now. Accountability, our consultants certainly haven't been accountable to each of us. And perhaps they're accountable to you, but they have not been accountable to the citizens of Kings County or to the county board of supervisors. Jobs, yes, it's provided some good jobs for the consultants. And it's like a python snake squeezing the tax dollars out of us. I think we need to reconsider this at this time.
Miss Mary Jane Facundas. All righty. Ms. Peck, did you already fill out a card?
I did not.
All right, go ahead.
And said they were closed when I was about to submit mine.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Diana Peck. I represent Kings County Farm Bureau. And I've been here before, and I just had a couple of questions. This is regarding the Ag Working Group. We, as the Farm Bureau, we participated in a meeting in October 2010 with a number of Central Valley ag organizations where we opposed the alignment that deviated from the existing transportation corridor and plowed through all the ag land in Kings County. We met with Mr. Van Ark, who assured us that an ag working group would be formed immediately to study those impacts, because we believe that the decision was made based on politics and not on proper study and science. So he assured us an ag working group would be established to study those impacts. And I just have a few questions about that, because it was 9 months later that the ag working group was formed. It was also met for the first time the week that the EIR was released for public comment, and I was under the assumption that those studies were to be done in preparation for the EIR. Second, why were none of the ag industry representatives who met with you in October 2010 invited to participate in the ag working group? None of them were. And finally, since October 27th of this year, I've been requesting public records about those meetings, and I've received nothing. I've been requesting agendas, minutes, and or notes, and attendance records, and have received nothing. And so I just wanted to put that on public notice, let you know that, and hopefully that can be resolved and I can receive some of that information. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lastly, Mr. John Carlisle.
Thank you very much. My name is John Carlisle, and I'm a previous city council member and previous mayor pro tem for the city of Merced. I'm here today as a member of the Greater Merced High-Speed Rail Committee, which I've belonged to for about the last 4 years. And I'm here to support the hybrid plan and also CAHSRA location for a possible maintenance facility down the road when you get to studying that. I'm also very strongly in favor of the presentation earlier by Didi Adamo from Congressman Cardozo's office, and agree with those comments as well as those made by Assemblywoman Kathleen Galgiani, who I call the mother of high-speed rail. And I think that's, we're really proud to have her here representing us in this district. My comment is relatively simple, other than supporting them, and that is that we have a dozen other countries that can do high-speed rail and do it successfully. People say that we can't do that. We can put a man on the moon in this country, but it's really difficult for me to accept the fact that we can't successfully do high-speed rail and move thousands of people around this state. So what I'm asking you to do is do what people say is impossible. And on top of that, my last request would be to try your best to keep politics out of it. You know, that has come by the very nature of the beast. Their politics has to be involved. But
Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Okay. That concludes public comment with respect to our agenda. I know that there's some here for public comment on the business plan or the draft business plan. And we'll take those public comments at the conclusion of the regularly scheduled board meeting. So now we turn to action item number 1, which is approval of the minutes. Any discussion?
We'll move for approval.
Mr. Richard moves and Mr. Hartnett seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Next, item number 2, request to extend public comment period. Mr. Van Ark.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'll do that just from my seat, if that's fine with you, members. On the 1st of November 2011, the authority put forward a draft business plan, the 2012 business plan. The public comment period would close on December the 30th. That is the official 60-day public comment period. And the public, by the way, are welcome to submit their comments in writing directly to the authority or through an access made available through our website. So we request anybody who would like to make comments to access the website and make those comments. At the November board meeting, we had already advised the board that we had received a few requests for extension of the comment period. The main reason being, well, actually twofold reasons. People always need a bit more time, but secondly, it is also the period of the main holidays in the United States and in California. So there was a statement at the time already that we would possibly come back to you for a request to extend the public comment period by 15 or 16 days. And therefore, the staff has requested that the board allow us to extend the draft business plan public comment period through the close of business on Sunday, January the 15th, 2012. And that has been captured in a resolution number 1128 attached to your board books with the same wording. And that would mean that we would give the people more time, including time after the new year, to submit their comments to us and for us to then include them into the final business plan.
Questions?
I was just wondering, Mr. Chairman, if staff would consider amending that to making it at the close of business on the 16th, since it's a work day, and make it as of 5 p.m. Pacific time on the 16th rather than the 15th on Sunday.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Other questions, discussion?
Just,
no.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Richard, first.
Mr. Chairman, I am going to support this. I want to thank the staff for working with the legislature and others to make this happen, and just would ask that we make whatever reasonable efforts through the internet, through whatever publication, to make sure that the public is aware that this additional time has been granted.
All right. Other comments? Mr. Hartnett? No?
Move adoption of the resolution as amended.
As amended? Okay. Commissioner Hartman moves. Mr. Burns seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries. Item number 4. Mr. Van Ark, is that Mr. Levitt?
Yeah, that's me. Number 3, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Number 3.
That was
another
extended.
small one before Mr. Levitt has a bit longer one, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members, the November board meeting, the authority presented the small business policy program and policy to the board, And at that time, there was a resolution by the board. Firstly, it approved for the Chief Executive Officer to sign the authority's small business policy, which has been done. And the second resolution was that the authorization for us to enter into a 45-day public comment period for the small business program plan. So we did exactly that. That plan, by the way, at the moment is open for public comment. And so we would really recommend once again that whoever wants to make comment to the small business program plan should do so to the authority whenever they can. But the same thing really applied at the previous board meeting. Members Richard and Rossi recommended that for the same reason, as we're in the holiday period now, one should possibly move the date for closing of the public comment period into the mid of January. And of course, we had to get FRA compliance with this because the FRA also has to approve this particular plan, this program plan. In the meanwhile, we've got the approval from the FRA. They have concurred with our recommendation to extend the closing period for the public comment. And by the way, it does not affect our RFQ or our RFP activities that are running at the moment. The draft program plan is presently incorporated in the RFQ process that is running. I'll talk a bit about that later on in my CEO's report. And so therefore, none of those are affected. Even the extension would not affect it. So surprisingly, Mr. Richards, Tom Richards, the request is that we extend to Monday, January the 16th, close of business, 2012, the public comment period for the draft small business program plan. That is a request to the board.
One question, Mr. Van Ark. I understand that earlier today we announced and there was held a session to solicit and accept public comment with respect to the small business plan. Is that correct?
That is correct, and these activities are continuous. We are interfacing with small business all the time to try and get as many comments as possible from them.
All right. Okay. Other questions? Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Second. Okay. Mr. Richard moves. Mr. Richards seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now to number 4. The identification of the preferred north-south alignment, preferred station locations for inclusion Merced to Fresno final EIR, EIS.
Good afternoon, Chairman Umberg, members of the board. This presentation is the staff presentation for the recommendations for the preferred alternative for the Merced to Fresno section. This is a key milestone for the authority. We do need your action today to move forward with the final EIR EIS document for the Merced to Fresno section. This map shows the statewide high-speed train system, and here is where the Merced to Fresno section lies within the statewide system. This system is a key system in that you are furthest along in your environmental work for this section of the statewide system. Also, this is where you will initiate your construction for the statewide high-speed train system. The draft environmental document for this section was published on August 15th. We had a 60-day review comment period that concluded on October 13th. And prior to putting together the staff recommendations, we took into consideration all of the comments that we received, as well as all the technical data that went into the draft environmental document. We did send to you a staff report that was made public on December 1st. We put out press releases to that staff report and sent out letters to stakeholders and interested parties throughout the corridor, letting them know about its availability on our website. To briefly summarize the comments we received on the draft environmental document, we received over 2,600 individual comments. Most of these were from individuals. A lot of the concerns that were raised had to do with community impacts, impacts on private property, agricultural impacts, and potential impacts on economic interests, businesses, and residential both. received nearly 1,800 comments, form letters from a group called Madera Friends of High Speed Rail, which not only supported high speed rail, but also supported the UP alignment through downtown Madera. We received nearly a couple hundred comments from residents within the communities of La Grande and Planada, opposing the BN alignment through Merced and supporting the UP alignment through Merced County. The city and county of Merced supports the UP-RR alignment through Merced County. The city of Chowchilla supports the BN alternative, which avoids impacts to the city of Chowchilla. The city of Madera supported either the BN or the hybrid alternatives, which avoid impacts to downtown Madera, whereas the county of Madera supports the UPRR alternative that goes through the heart of downtown Madera, and the SR 152Y alternative. The city of Fresno prefers the Mariposa Street Station site in downtown Fresno. For federal agencies, we received a number of letters, but they did not cite a preference for a particular alternative. We did get comments from the Army Corps of Engineers raising considerable concerns about the BN alternative and their viewpoint that it was most likely not to be the least environmentally damaging alternative. The State Departments of Corrections expressed concerns over the Avenue 24Y alternative, particularly in relation to the BNSF alternative and the hybrid. UC Merced supports the UP alternative through Merced. This map shows the various alternatives that were evaluated throughout the environmental document, that were evaluated in full. I want to call your attention to the center part of this. This is the Y connection. This is an area where today we are not asking you to identify a preferred alternative. You may recall back in July at our board meeting in Bakersfield, the board took action to include the SR 152 alignment alternative, Y alternative, in full through the San Jose to Merced section. And at that same board meeting, the board took action that in order to be able to fully evaluate all three of the alternatives and have full information on the Avenue 24, the SR 152, and the 21, that the decision for the Y needed to wait until the San Jose to Merced document. So we are not asking you today to take action on this particular part of the alignment, but to carry forward all three alternatives. Another area where we're not asking for you to identify preferred is the heavy maintenance facility location. Here's a case where all of these are somewhat dependent upon the decision on the Y alternative, and therefore we're asking again that these be carried forward and that the decision for the heavy maintenance facility site in this part of the state be done as part concurrently with the Y decision and be done as part of the San Jose to Merced document. So if we look through the three basic north-south alignments that we're talking about today, we have the BN alternative, which predominantly follows the BN alignment, the freight alignment. It does use the UP alignment through Fresno, and it does use the UP through downtown Merced. Then we have the UP alternative, which again predominantly follows the existing UP corridor adjacent to the UP tracks. And then the third alternative being the hybrid, which utilizes the UP through Merced, the BN through Madera, and then comes back to the UP through Fresno. Today, what our staff recommendation for you for the north-south alignment is the hybrid alternative, again utilizing the UP through Merced, the BN through Madera, and the UP through Fresno. And again, highlighted in this purple box here, we are not asking you to make a decision today on the Y alternative. But I do want to show you how, with this decision today, in terms of identifying a preferred, that this does work for each of the three Y alternatives. For the Avenue 24, for the Avenue 21, and for the SR 152. And I also want to highlight here that if you look at Chowchilla, that the decision for Chowchilla is really also factors in with the decision on the Y, where we have an alternative that bypasses Chowchilla to the west using the Avenue 24, which goes through Chowchilla on the UP corridor with the Avenue 21, and then bypasses Chowchilla to the east using the SR 152. So that decision, again, on which of these would be done would be made as part of the Y determination. Now, to go through the rationale for the recommendation, the first thing I'd like to point out is that if you draw your attention to what we have in the bolded yellow here, through Fresno and through downtown Merced, these are portions of the alignment where we already have a single alignment for all of the alternatives. Each of these utilizes the UP alignment through Fresno County and through downtown Merced. If we focus in the area of Merced, where we have the purple box here, we have two basic alternatives: the BN shown in red, and the UP, which is shown in the blue and the green line here. In looking at this portion of the route, what we found was that the BN has the most environmental impacts of any portion of the whole section Merced to Fresno in this particular area. This is an area where we have the most wetland impacts, the most vernal pool impacts, the most impacts on habitat. And in addition, because of tight curves through Planada, south of Planada, we need to leave the BN. And so this option also has the most prime farmland impact of any alternative. I think you heard today, as well as what we've seen in our comments from the Merced area, that there is almost a consensus here from Merced, from the public input, that the BN is not an appropriate alternative for Merced County, but rather the UP alternative, which is used by the hybrid, is the appropriate alignment to serve Merced and the city and the county. Now, if you pull your attention to the box below the Y alternatives, you see the box around Madera County portion of the route. Here's a place where the public comment was not, there's no consensus in terms of the public comment. There's actually very different points of view. We have two basic alternatives again. The BN, which goes to the outskirts of town, shown in the blue and the red, or the UP alternative, which goes straight through downtown Madera. In terms of the public comment, we heard that from the city of Madera, from economic interests within the city and businesses that within downtown Madera, that the UP alternative was not appropriate, that had major impacts to downtown, and that they preferred the alignment out on the outskirts using the BN corridor. We also heard, on the contrast, from the county of Madera, from the Madera Friends of High Speed Rail, and from ag interests, support for the UP alignment going straight through town as opposed to the BN, which goes around town. So there's a divergence of public opinion on this particular portion of the route. When we evaluated this, looking at this from the natural environment area, we found that these two routes, both of which predominantly follow the existing corridor, had very similar impacts on the natural environment. But when we looked at the community impacts, there's an area where we found that the UP alternative through Madera had considerably more community impacts than the BN alternative. In addition, with the BN alignment, which is on the outskirts of town, we were able to get the alignment fully at grade so that whenever we come to a road and the road would go under or over the high-speed rail line, we would also have to fully grade separate the adjacent BN alignment as well. So yes, there'll be some impacts from high-speed rail, but there'll also be benefits to the existing freight corridor because that freight corridor will be fully grade separated along with the high-speed train. In addition, being at grade actually reduces constructability issues and reduces costs. What are shown in these pictures here are the alignment through downtown Madera, where we were unable to get the alignment at grade because of impacts that would be to the downtown, basically ripping up the street structure of downtown Madera. Instead, we had to have the alignment on an aerial structure, which adds constructability issues and cost, in addition to the many community impacts that are through the downtown. We found that the difference in cost between the hybrid and the UP was over $1 billion, that the hybrid was over $1 billion less expensive than the line right through Madera. This chart we have in the staff report. The information was pulled right out of the draft environmental document. What we did was look at the resource areas that helped differentiate between the three alignment alternatives, the UP, the hybrid, and the BN. What you see here, we did do a color coding where the red area signifies the highest level of impacts, the yellow are the medium impacts, and the green being the least amount of impacts. And what jumps out here is that in terms of the natural resource impacts, the BN was the highest impacting of the three alternatives. Highest impacts on habitat, waters, vernal pools, wildlife crossings, and conservation areas. And the reason is, as I mentioned earlier, is because that area through Merced County, the northern part of the route through Merced County, that is the most sensitive for the environment. Whereas here you also see that the UPRR and the hybrid have very similar impacts in terms of the natural environment. The story changes when we look at community impacts. And here's where, because the UP goes through downtown Madera, you're seeing considerably higher impacts along the UP for businesses, such as the Azteca Mill, noise and vibration, road closures, community resources, these types of impacts. If you look at the last line, the bottom line, that's where the BN has the highest impacts. This is to prime farmland, again, because of the area south of Planada. And in additional community impacts, while the hybrid does have some higher impacts than the UP in the areas of important farmlands and dairies, the hybrid does have the fewest impacts on parks and open space, the fewest visual impacts, and the fewest impacts in terms of construction. When we look at the whole, both community and natural resource impacts, we find that the hybrid has the fewest environmental impacts. When we look at constructability, the hybrid we find has the fewest construction impacts. By avoiding Madera and avoiding the communities of Planada and La Grande, we find the hybrid is the easiest to construct, whereas the UP, with its long aerial structures that are required, is the most difficult to construct. With the cost, as I mentioned, the hybrid would be over $1 billion less than the UP and up to $450 million less than the much longer BN alternative. The hybrid performed well in terms of travel time and ridership. It was slightly more time, though, than the UP, which had the best travel times. The travel time difference between the hybrid and the UP between San Francisco and Los Angeles is about 30 seconds. So to conclude on the alignment portion of this, we find that the hybrid has the least impacts on the environment. It best meets the authority's goals of not only minimizing environmental impacts, but minimizing construction issues and minimizing costs while still providing high ridership and revenue potential and fast travel times between the major markets. Now, just briefly, I'll touch on the other issue, which is the station locations. In Merced, through the document, there was one station location that was studied throughout the document. That's the downtown site. Through Fresno, there were two locations, and we're recommending the Mariposa Street Station in Fresno. So this quickly shows you the Merced Station site, which is located along the UP at grade between G Street and Martin Luther King Way, Jr. Way Street. This is one that's supported by the City of Merced, as you've heard today. It would support revitalizing downtown and transit-oriented development. In Fresno, the two sites, the Kern Street Station site and the Mariposa Street Station site, are very near each other. They're literally about a block apart. Both have very similar costs. Both have very similar environmental impacts. But the Mariposa Street Station is very much the site that is supported by the City of Fresno. It better suits their land uses and their transit-oriented development plans around the station. So we're recommending that site. The next steps here, with your action today, it would allow us to put together the preferred alternative chapter for the final environmental document and to complete the responses to comments portion of the document. We do expect this document to be ready to be published by February, sometime in February. We do not have concurrence yet from the Army Corps of Engineers and the US EPA on the designation of the least environmentally damaging practical alternative, the LEDPA. That is something that we do expect to have prior to putting out the final EIR-ES document. And we do, as we mentioned, believe that the preferred alternative that we've recommended is the least damaging. We believe that, but it's the Army Corps and EPA that will determine that. Certification then would occur in the March-April timeframe, and I should note that your decisions today are not final until you actually certify the final document, which would occur in March or April. Record of decision would then follow by the FRA in April, and I should note that we've been working with our federal partners to put together these staff recommendations, and they are very supportive of the report that we've put together. After that's done, then we'd be ready for final design and permitting and to do property acquisition. So just to pull this all together, we are requesting that you concur with the recommendation for the hybrid alternative, for the north-south alternative, the downtown Merced station location, the Mariposa Street station location in Fresno, that we're not making a preferred alternative decision on the Y as part of this document, and we're not asking you to do a heavy maintenance facility determination as part of this document. Before I open up to any questions that you might have, we have this slide that I'm going to ask Tom Flins, our Chief Counsel, to come up and talk a little bit about the relationship of this decision to the program environmental process between the Bay Area and Central Valley. Tom?
Chairman Umberg and board members, I just wanted to address this slide, and the reason is because I wanted to address the question whether the board can move forward in identifying the Merced-Fresno preferred alternative in light of the recent Atherton decisions on the Bay Area to Central Valley EIR, and the answer to that is yes. As you can see, the Superior Court rulings in Atherton require the authority to rescind the programmatic decision on Pacheco Pass and to do some additional environmental work on that. And then there's an identification of a preferred alternative for the Merced to Fresno section can proceed despite the fact that this Atherton lawsuit is pending. And the reasons are set forth here because the preferred alternative is identification to inform a content of a final EIR. It's not a final decision or a commitment, that the north-south alignment alternatives and stations do not preclude an ultimate pass decision at a later time, and because the decision on the Y and the east connection on Pacheco Pass are not part of today's recommendation, you can move ahead with this decision. A different programmatic decision could result in the addition in the need for additional program level analysis within the Merced to Fresno section and adjustment of the preferred alternative, but that would take place at a later date. Thank you.
I have two questions, one for you, Mr. Flins, and then another for Mr. Levitt. So let me understand this correctly. So if I understand you, what you're saying, if there's more work to be done on the program alignment, that here we aren't designated a preferred alternative for Merced Fresno that predetermines one way or the other how you get to the Bay Area. What's been set up is a process so the decision or where to turn left or go to the Bay will happen later. And if we end up with a different program decision, then the Merced Fresno EIR might have to be adjusted. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chairman.
All right. And then to Mr. Levitt.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I might just say, is with respect to the Atherton ruling, I'd like to just make the board aware of the fact that staff is, of course, working to address the issues raised by the court. So we are working on those issues at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Van Ark. And then to Mr. Levitt, there is no alternative which does not impact whether it's businesses or residences or farmland or whatever. I think we acknowledge that. But which of the alternatives has the least impact on residential residential displacement?
That would be, again, the hybrid. It's very close to, in that case, for residentials, but it's still the hybrid. Right. And the hybrid has clearly the least for businesses.
All right. Thank you. Other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Richards.
I want to thank the, staff for clearly a tremendous amount of work that's been done, and I really appreciate the comments from the public with regards to the authority staff working with interested parties and stakeholders. It's hard to have sat here today without having concern about the comments that Chowchilla specifically made. I would certainly expect and encourage staff to continue working with the city of Chowchilla to mitigate as best as can be. I would like to ask a question with regards to this hybrid alternative. Is the cost that you're estimating for this alternative consistent with the costs identified in the draft 2012 business plan?
Yes, it is.
So are they online with them, lower? Or?
No, they're online. They were done very much the same time period.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, there's just a couple of areas. It's my understanding, although it says at one point it's about 500 million, and in other places 450 million, that this alternative is about 450 million less than the BNSF alternative.
It's up to. It depends on the routing. But,
Okay.
but yeah, the 500 million is a rounding. So the 450 million is a more precise number, and it's up to. It depends on the Y alternative that would be selected.
Okay, thank you. I would, Mr. Chairman, like to make a motion to concur with the staff's request with regards to the acceptance of the hybrid alternative, along with the Mariposa Station in Fresno and the Merced Station in Merced.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Burns seconds. Other discussion? No other discussion. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Chairman Umberg,
Aye.
Mr. Richards,
Aye.
Mr. Burns,
Aye.
Mr. Richard,
Aye.
and Mr. Hartnett.
Aye.
Thank you.
Right, motion carries. Now to number 5, the Supplemental Alternatives Analysis Report, Fresno to Bakersfield.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Jeff Abercrombie, the Central Valley Area Program Manager, and the purpose of agenda item number 5 is to summarize the investigation of proposed changes to the preliminary alternative analysis report presented to the Board for Fresno Bakersfield, section of June 3rd, 2010, and the 2 supplemental alternative analysis report of September of 2010 and May 2011. The proposed change relates to the investigation of a new alternative alignment and station to the west of the city of Hanford. In response to the request from the Army Corps of Engineers and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, comments received for following transportation corridors more closely, and community concerns over having one alignment option to evaluate in Kings County, the authority will reintroduce an alternative alignment along the west of Hanford, along with an alternative station to serve the Kings-Tulare region. The concept of a bypass route to the west of Hanford as an alternative was identified in the 2005 programmatic EIR-EIS. Including this alternative is consistent with input from the regulatory agencies, as I mentioned. Potentially feasible alignments that pass to the west of Hanford were studied in order to identify what we feel is the most viable alignment and station location that both minimizes environmental impacts and provides a feasible, cost-effective option for the authority. With the Board's concurrence, this alignment alternative and station location would be included in the supplemental included in this supplemental AA report would be included in the revised draft environmental impact report and supplemental draft impact statement, along with the current Hanford East bypass, which is expected to be
ready for public release in the spring of 2012. And to provide the detail, I'll ask Bob Shavitz to come up.
Thank you, Jeff. Chairman Lundberg, board members, Mr. Van Ark, good afternoon. I'm Bob Shavitz with the Regional Consulting Team. I'm going to give you, I would hope, is a very brief overview of the alternatives studied and the staff recommendations. And I'll click, it works. What we're calling the Hanford West bypass analysis, as was mentioned, is an alternative route around the city of Hanford to the west side to accompany the existing alignment that goes down the east side. We're giving consideration to an alignment with a station. And in the programmatic document in 2005, that alignment did not include a station. A station was added when the project level work was begun in 2007, which was one of the reasons, in fact, that led to the selection of an alignment around the east side. But we are now looking at a west side alignment with a station. The objectives, as with all alignment planning, are to minimize impacts, both the natural resource impacts and impacts to communities, impacts to agriculture, and at the same time minimize costs, both capital and operating, in order to have a selection which is cost effective to the authority and also that can allow for proper dealing with impacts and, of course, minimization or avoidance of impacts. We've held a considerable amount of public outreach since the process began in October. We've held 3 public meetings. We had a study session with the Hanford City Council November 15th. We had a public information meeting outside of Hanford within the corridor in the 17th, and that was followed up with a public meeting in the community of Layton, which is a few miles north of Hanford within Fresno County. We also had a technical working group meeting with local government staff on November the 17th, and we've had any number of stakeholder meetings over the past 2 months, including all of the government agencies listed, as well as 5 school districts and 6 different business, church, and landowner meetings. So there's been a considerable amount of public outreach during this period. Turning then to the work, the Hanford East Bypass, which is the new name, since at one time there were no alternatives. It was simply referred to as part of the basic BNSF alternative, is depicted here. It passes a few miles to the east of Hanford with a station shown right near the San Joaquin Valley Railroad, or also known as the Cross Valley Railroad. I'd like to point out, for those of you who have joined the board since last year, over the summer of 2010, we looked at alignments through the city of Hanford, following the BNSF Railway, and determined in a supplemental report to the board in September of 2010 that these alignments were not feasible due to the extent of impacts through the community of Hanford, because as you can see, the BNSF alignment has a number of kinks in it, which high-speed rail could not follow, and the deviations would plow right through the middle of downtown, and as a result, the board directed us not to study those further. So for this work, we studied the corridor roughly 3 to 4 miles wide on the west side of Hanford, starting up at the very north end near the small community of Conejo and terminating at the south end just north of the city of Corcoran, which is right below the edge of your map at the bottom. Now, these alignments that we studied are all similar in the sense that they stay adjacent to the BNSF railway for a longer period than the current east side alignment does, and as a result would have fewer impacts on both natural resources and ag land. We looked first at the programmatic alignment that was drawn in 2005. Actually, the work was done a couple of years before then, and we found a couple of things. One, since that line was drawn, 2 residential subdivisions had been constructed in west of Hanford, and as a result, were we to stick with this line, it would impact more than 100 homes. That was immediately an issue. We also got some feedback through the community of Layton. Then they were not keen about having our alignment pass through the middle of that community along with the BNSF. We also found this alignment would impact 2 operating dairy feed facilities as well as a major feed and grain transshipment facility. It passes near 2 churches, and we felt the staff feels that from all of these perspectives that this alignment was infeasible and needed to be adjusted somewhere within the corridor that we show you here. So turning now to the alignments we did consider. The first we call the Hanford West Bypass. It takes off from the BNSF Railroad, as you can see, about 3 to 4 miles south of where the current East Bypass takes off, proceeds due south to the west of the community of Layton, turns very slightly to pass between the communities of Armona and Hanford, and then rejoins at the very south. Now we show 2 alternative lines there simply because there are 2 options in Corcoran. One that goes down the west side of BNSF and one that goes down the east side, so we have to show us matching up to both of those options. We then looked at something we call the Hanford West Bypass option. This was considered to do 2 things. One, to stay adjacent to the BNSF for an even longer distance, and also to provide a longer stretch which was due north-south, which would provide fewer impacts to agriculture than alignments that have more curves and more angular kinds of layouts. Turning now to stations, we looked at 2 station locations, both of them located near the Cross Valley Railroad or the San Joaquin Valley Railroad, which connects all the way over to Visalia on the east side of the valley, and State Highway 198. The siting considerations were principally regional accessibility, so that riders could get to the system, that they would provide future intermodal connections, and they had potential for transit-oriented development. And both of these locations, in fact, provided those opportunities. In more detail, the north location sits immediately north of the San Joaquin Valley Railroad, providing a direct potential future intermodal connection because there are plans to someday initiate rail service, passenger rail service on that line, and access along 13th Avenue from an existing interchange with State Highway 198 and then up to Lacey Boulevard and over to get to downtown Hanford. The south location is not very far away. It's just south of 198, actually Hanford-Armona Road. It would have similar accessibility, both from local users as well as potential riders from across the valley in Visalia and Tulare and other communities to the east. So our recommendations based on the analysis was to go forward with what we call the Hanford West Bypass. There are a number of reasons for this, and I list them here. It avoids the Layton community as well as area designated for future growth. One thing we didn't know at the very beginning of this work was that, in fact, they have a community plan just coming hot off the press, which would provide for development to the west. This alignment misses that proposed growth area. It's more than a quarter-mile farther from Kingston Park, which is just along the Kings River at Layton, which is a potential 4F property and something you certainly want to avoid if you can. It has less impacts or fewer impacts on existing roads. It affects fewer acres of agricultural land and natural resources, including wetlands. It potentially affects fewer residential residences for noise and visual impacts, and it's farther from two existing schools. And for the station location, we felt the north location was superior because it has better connections for intermodal service, both rail, the existing Amtrak bus, the Amtrak station in downtown, it's a little bit easier to get to, as well as a regional bus service. We also felt in view of the city's plans and development patterns, it would provide a better location for transit-oriented development. So going forward, as a snapshot of the schedule, the revised draft EIR, supplemental draft EIS, is now under preparation. We anticipate to release that in the May to June area. Comments would follow with 45 days and then preparation of a final EIR-EIS. And then the expectation that a nod-rod date will be sometime toward the end of next year, either in the November or early December timeframe. So to sum up, the staff recommendations to adopt this new Hanford West bypass alternative. It's also shown in your board packet, to be included with the East Hanford alignment and evaluated in the EIR-EIS, and to add the new Hanford West station location, which we call the north option, and we'll simply now call it the Hanford West Station because we'll have an east station and a west station, and that will also be evaluated in the EIR-EIS. So I'd like to finish and say thank you, and if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Just to make, I suppose, to gild the lily, you're not recommending that we choose a preferred alternative today. We're just choosing another alternative for analysis.
That is correct.
Right. Okay. Yes. Questions of the board? Mr. Richard?
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Chair, and then in the course of the environmental analysis, is it possible that these lines that we saw would move slightly in some places and so forth as mitigation measures are applied, or how does that work?
Extremely slightly. Basically, it's being set in the 15% design now, and so it will have the same level of firmness as the current east side bypass does. But that's not to say that during the next couple of months in this schedule that there might not be some tweaks to accommodate certain issues that come up.
Okay, and then, okay, I'll be done with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shavitz. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Richards moves.
Second.
Mr. Hartnett seconds. Madam Secretary, if you'd call any other discussion? No other discussion. Madam Secretary, if you'd call the roll.
Chairman Umberg.
Aye.
Mr. Richards.
Aye.
Mr. Burns.
Aye.
Mr. Richard.
Aye.
Mr. Hartnett.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, would have, it's out of order, but if I could just make one comment, I would just strongly ask staff and the consultants to do everything they can to engage the people who we see here month after month who clearly are not happy, but to try to address as many issues as you possibly can with them and to involve them in this process. Thank you.
This point well taken. All right. Members' reports. Members' reports. Mr. Richard.
Mr. Chairman, I would appreciate using this moment not to report on what I think all of us have had as a very busy month, but just to request agendizing an item for the next meeting if it's appropriate. One of our speakers, and I apologize for not getting his name precisely right, Mr. Consul, I think, came up and spoke about programs for local hiring, and he's involved with the Workforce Investment Board program, and I know that one of my former colleagues, Michael Bernick, former head of the Economic Development Department, has been involved in this also, and they have worked, as I understand it, to develop a plan that is consistent with federal law, because there are limitations under federal law about how much we can do for local hiring. But given the economic status of this region, as a region that's been highly impacted by the economic downturn and suffers high unemployment and so forth, my understanding is that there is a possibility of developing a plan that is absolutely compliant with federal law that would allow us to assure that the communities here in the valley see the jobs and not just contractors coming in from the outside. And I suspect I speak for everybody on this board when we say that whether it's a matter of small business, whether it's a matter of disadvantaged businesses, minority, women-owned enterprises, veteran-owned enterprises, we want to do everything that we can consistent with the law to make sure that every Californian who can benefits from high-speed rail. And so I'm not an expert on the details of this plan. It's my understanding that our general counsel and others have been involved in reviewing it. And it sounds to me as though it's ready to come to the board for deliberation and decision. And so I'd respectfully request that we agendize that item for our next meeting to consider that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Richard, yes, I've noted it, and you're quite correct. We have been in discussion with the groups in the Central Valley, and clearly this is a thing we cannot deal with on our own. So we're also in discussion with the federal government and the FRA to try and see whether we can get something going, whether it's legal to do so. Obviously, it's related to the funding and so on as well. But we are investigating with our legal counsel, and we will get back to the board. Hopefully, we can do it in January, as has been requested. But we are looking into it at the moment.
I appreciate that, and I'm sorry, Mr. Richards, and I had one more thing when Tom's done.
If I could just make one comment to follow up on that, I strongly support this, and thank you for the request for agendizing it. I just wanted also to let my colleagues know and the people in the public that my interest also extends so as to not indicate or provide any possibility of a conflict, that I also chair the Fresno Regional Workforce Investment Board.
No, okay, go ahead, Mr. Richard.
I had one other item, unless people...
Just following on your comment, you're right, you do speak for the board. I heartily endorse it. The fact that there's a need in this area, and the fact that there's great enthusiasm and willingness to work, as is evidenced by the people that we see here before us today, I think speaks very loudly to both the need and your comment, which does reflect the board, is that we should do whatever we possibly can within the bounds of the law to make sure that those that benefit most immediately are those who are afflicted right now. So,
thank you.
Next point.
Mr. Chairman, as I was listening to the speakers today, a number of things struck me, but one that I just wanted to raise at this point, and that was Mr. Lopez, who was speaking on behalf of his tribal council, and was indicating that he felt that there had been a lack of appropriate response to some of their issues, particularly with respect to cultural resources. Let me just say very forcefully that I know that there are two sides to every issue, and so I would not ask the staff for a response today. But I would appreciate it if our CEO and staff could just let us know in an appropriate way how we have dealt with those issues. And I would also say, from work I've done in the past on energy facility siting, that it's very common that there not be public meeting discussions of sacred sites for purposes of protection of those sites from people who would abuse them. So that's why I was struck by his comment. And I listened closely to what everybody said, but that was one that I did indicate that in my own mind I thought was appropriate for follow-up. And I'd appreciate our CEO letting us know in an appropriate way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. And let me thank and congratulate the board. I know that the public sees but a very small slice of what public activity the board itself is engaged in. I know that the board members have reached out to various members of the community and spent enormous amount of time over the last couple of months, both on the business plan and also with respect to making sure this project is viable and built in an efficient way. So let me thank the board members for being here today, and also staff. We have a very small staff, smaller than I think anyone could possibly imagine, building a project of this magnitude. And I know from the email that's delivered at 11 o'clock at night and 5 o'clock in the morning that they're working very hard. So thank you, Mr. Van Ark, and please pass that along to your staff. All right. If there's no other reports, we'll turn to the CEO's report, item number 7. Thank you. For those of you in the audience waiting, here's where we're going to go. We're going to go to item number 7, which is the CEO's report, and then item number 8, the staff report concerning the communications contract, and then item number 10, which is the receipt of public comment with respect to the business plan. We have already concluded closed session items, so you need not worry that we're going to go back into closed session. And I should report there's nothing to report from the closed session.
Mr. Chairman, members, the report is short this month. Wanted to update you on a few issues. Firstly, the RFQ for the construction of the first portion, package 1 of the initial construction section, has been issued. and the responses are due on the 19th of December. So I believe there have been quite a few inquiries, but no significant concerns. You know that after we receive these RFQs, we will be shortlisting the contractors, and this announcement will be made sometime towards the end of January 2012. At the same time, the RFP for the same initial construction section, package 1, is close to final now. We've been doing a quality control of the documents, and we have just released a draft document to the FRA for their approval, and so that review is starting on their side. Once again, the successful contractors on the RFQ process, request for qualification process, will then be asked in January timeframe, January, February, to give their comments to this document before we finalize the RFP document. A very different topic, the UIC, the International Federation of Railroads. We've had some discussions with the International Federation of Railroads. These people have a vast experience in high-speed rail because they are the association where every high-speed rail organization belongs to them, every high-speed rail operator and other operators of rail systems, but high-speed rail operators. And we've been talking to them to set up an advisory board for us on technical issues, matters. But furthermore, the authority is looking at becoming an affiliate member of the UIC. They've requested we should become an affiliate member of the UIC, and I believe this is a correct idea. It's a small issue, but I think it is a good thing to have that contact because we'll be able to get a lot more information from them as we move forward. Just one or two issues on you've heard a lot about the EIR, EIS, the draft EIR, EIS for Merced, Fresno, Bakersfield today. But our discussions with, for instance, the city of Fresno and Bakersfield continue, as well as with others, finalization of designs. You know that the EIR, EIS is based on 15% design, and when we go out for the build, we need to be at about that 30% design level. So we are discussing a lot of details with these cities, and that process is continuing. We're also busy discussing in detail with Caltrans the realignment of Highway 99 in the vicinity of Fresno. We believe that Caltrans could be a good contractor for us or partner for us to do that work, because they are the experts in highway construction and the highway belongs to them. So we are working with them to see whether we can make them or allow them to do that. On the operations progress report, it was actually time for us to have an operations progress meeting with the board, but due to circumstances in the EIR and draft EIRs, we were not able to do that. We knew today was going to be a very long day. But we have handed out today copies of the program management team quarterly progress report to all board members, and it will also be posted on the internet for everybody to see, as well as the comments from the PMO, Project Management Oversight Group, so that the board is appraised of the status of the general operations of the project. Signing of the funding agreement with the FRA. There's always been a lot of discussion about this. Just 3 weeks ago, we signed the final $928 million with the FRA. This was what we refer to as the FY10, financial year 10, high-speed and intercity passenger rail program funding. That value of $928 million was made up of an allocation we received, in fact, just down the road in Fresno, for $715 million in October of 2010, and then which would be matched with 30% bond funds. And then in May 2011, we got a reallocation of the Florida funds, which was another $214 million out of that particular pot. There was some ARRA money and there was some FY10 money. It was $214 million of FY10 funds, which we were going to match with 20% local state bond funds. That means a total of $267 million. And that means that today, all the money that has been allocated to us by the federal government has been signed and sealed. So we have signed cooperation or funding agreements for the ARA monies as well as for the FY10 funds, all signed up as we are here today. A smaller issue, there have been some changes at the FRA. Some of our partners and colleagues and members there have changed. Karen Ray, the Deputy Administrator, has left for a position in New York State. And Karen Hetland, she was previously Chief Counsel of the FRA, has been appointed the Deputy Administrator on November the 8th. Karen Hetland is fully involved already, firstly because of her previous job. She had a lot of interface with us on the funding agreements and various other aspects, legal aspects. And she's been out to California already. And I am very happy that she's very supportive of our project. And it looks like we will continue in the same way as we did in the past, with good support from the FRA. In San Jose and Diridan Station, the authority has been working with the San Jose City, and we've been sponsoring some open house workshops over the next months to educate residents about Diridan Station, the aerial structures, aesthetics, and this has been on request of Mayor Chuck Reed. So there's a lot of work going into that. We have a document in draft at the moment called the Visual Design Guideline. And once these meetings have been had and we are finished with them, we hope to be able to finalize this Visual Design Guideline. And that will be a big step in the positive direction. On the Agricultural Working Group, there were a few statements about that today. There have been various meetings with this Agricultural Working Group. And the last meeting was on November the 18th. As I mentioned at my last report, the groups are working on preliminary reports in format and content. And these are now at the moment being revised. They're still in draft form. And then we do intend to pass these reports on to other target groups. That means various ag groups, Dairymen's Association, commodity groups, and obviously also to the farm bureaus. In fact, we have done, the startup of this particular working group was done in association with some of the farm bureaus as well, and that's what we would like to continue. We do not want to hide things. Sometimes it sounds like we do, but it's really a matter of trying to get some work done before we can show some product of the work that's being done. I mentioned at my last report as well, Senator Canello was very informed and involved in this process as well, as was Assemblywoman Galgiani, both being the chairs of the ag subcommittees in the Assembly and in the Senate. On the right-of-way acquisition, advanced services, you know that we had requested through the Department of Finance from the legislature that up to 65 million of funds, which had previously been appropriated, now be made available to the authority, although this figure is only 18 million for this particular fiscal year. There was a request that we hold back on that application until after the business plan was submitted. Obviously, as the business plan has been submitted now, the DOF, the Department of Finance, resubmitted the letter, the request to the JLBC on December the 7th. So we hope that will now be concluded. Chairman Umberg has already made one mention of staffing at the authority. Still rather tough. The number stands at 27 out of 54 that have been approved in the budget, but we continue the search and we continue to look for people to fill the various slots. It's not an easy task in that this is not an easy project. The skills required to run a project of this nature are maybe somewhat different to some of the skills that you sometimes get in the state, but we're still looking for those senior positions as well as other normal staff positions, chief program managers, chief financial officer, regional directors in various areas, and a risk manager. Although we are nearing some decisions, we have some candidates lined up for some of these positions. So that is my report for today, shorter than normal, but I think everybody's happy about that because the clock is ticking. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer them.
No questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Van Ark. Next, item number 8, Mr. Simmons.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as you are aware, the communications contract with Ogilvy is about to expire. We have been in the process over the last several months of going through with an RFP to look at potential bidders to fill that contract. In the process, I would like to make a recommendation today that we also take a look at an option of pulling in the resources that we currently have within the authority and seeking additional resources to see if that might not make for an alternative for the board to consider. So what I would like to do as a staff recommendation today is offer that we take an opportunity to explore the option of doing this in-house and reporting back at a later time.
This is an informational item, so what I would suggest is that we do an analysis to determine what our needs are. This is it goes without saying, it's a huge project, 800 miles, requires extensive outreach, extensive coordination with local governments, local, even individuals, as is illustrated by today's hearing. And so before we make any decision, I think we need to do an analysis as to what our needs are, what we have in-house, and what's required to meet those needs. Any other comments? Mr. Richards.
Turn off the mute is what you want.
Thank you. Thank you. I would agree with that, Mr. Chairman, with the caveat that we ask that you come back before us in January. The concern I think that clearly I have is what you've identified, Mr. Chairman. I mean, it's the size of the project, the need for the outreach. I applaud you on looking at this as an alternative and encourage you to complete your analysis and do your very best to get back to us at the meeting in January.
Yes, let me just say that the analysis is ongoing, so it's not that we will be starting fresh tomorrow. So we will have this done in a very expeditious way.
Thank you.
Mr. Richards, or Richard, rather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as part of that analysis, one of the things that I would hope is that we would look at, I know we have disparate resources, some of which are underneath of layers of contractors, and I presume you're trying to harmonize all that. So.
Yes, sir.
And then my last question is, did Mr. Rossi pick out your tie today?
Yeah. His spirit remains, right.
You would know the answer to that if you looked at my socks.
Other comments? All right. There being no other comments, that was an informational item, so I think that you've received the direction of the board. Next, we turn to item number 10. Item number 10 refers to a presentation of the draft business plan. I believe that the plan has already been presented. Unless there's something else you wish to present, Mr. Van Ark, I think we're ready to receive public comment.
Mr. Chairman, the main issue is to get as much possible public comment, as much comment as possible. We do have a short presentation, more so if we feel that there's a need for clarity to present something to the people. So I'm happy to go through it quickly, but the comment is very important to us.
Well, unless there's a board member that requests further presentation of the draft business plan, I'm inclined to go right to public comment. Mr. Hartnett?
I just think we should emphasize, Mr. Chair, as well, that as people think about the business plan, they can certainly send us written comment as well. The formal comment period has been extended now to January 16, and we we recognize that people can only make a certain number of points within the oral comment time, and we very appreciative of having further extensive analysis and comment in writing as well. That would be helpful to us.
Excellent point. Let me, though, just ask Mr. Van Ark to present just a couple of slides to show some of the salient features of the new business plan. Excuse me, strike that, the draft business plan. We got a court reporter. Hey, she's writing it down.
Who's driving?
Okay, good.
Keyboard. Okay. Use the keyboard. Okay. Mr. Chairman, members, public, I do want to give just a few slides. I know for some of you this may become repetitive, but it is important that the people do understand some parts of the business plan, and I think also, or draft business plan, also a few aspects that I would like you to be aware of. So let's try. Firstly, it was released on November the 1st. Secondly, it's available on the webpage. So on our website, the whole business plan is on the website. In addition to it, you may have seen the book, the printed book. It's about an inch of paper, 240 pages. That is the business plan. But behind that business plan, there are a lot of other documents. In fact, I think if you printed them out, it'll be a pile like this of documentation. All the links are on that web page as well. So, we don't want to be difficult, but we do want to protect the trees. All the information is there for you to access, for anybody to access. And there's a lot of valuable information for those who want to understand the details of the business plan. So there are a lot of links there that'll give you a lot more detail. And in the same page, there's a link to give comments. So we try and make it easier for people to comment. You don't have to write a letter. You can actually comment directly on the web page. You know that we already have had one meeting, the Authority Board meeting on November the 3rd, which was our last board meeting where I presented the business plan. I gave you a rundown, for those of you who were there, on the basic aspects of the phasing, of the funding, of the basic background of the draft business plan. And I'll give you a few more today. And again, today, we will give you a little more. There have been quite a few hearings. In fact, there's been quite a few legislative hearings. There was an Assembly Budget Subcommittee hearing on November the 15th. It was well attended and well debated. There was Assembly Committee on Transportation hearing on November the 29th. Same thing. I think a lot of good comment, a lot of interaction. Then the Senate Transportation and Housing, together with the Select Committee on High-Speed Rail, had a meeting on December the 5th. So those were 3 legislative hearings already. In fact, the last one being two groups together. Many of our board members have also been participating in these hearings, and there will be more. We're also having hearings and also presentations in Southern California, Northern California, various transit agencies, various interested groups. So we continue to try and reach out as much as possible to try and inform people and interact with people to get feedback on our draft business plan. So up to today, we have received comments. You can see on the webpage of 169 comments. And you can see the period of time in the top left-hand corner of comments that we received. And you can see on the right-hand side there, the allocation of the business plan comments by chapter of the business plan. So the chapter 1 to chapter 12 are the areas, we allocate them to that. We're working on looking which of these comments, obviously need implementation, need some further action in the business plan, and which ones are just informative. So as to, we have to make use of any time we have to implement and incorporate these comments as far as we can into the business plan. So we're working on that all the time. Just the main issues of the business plan, you know that we put a lot of effort into the ridership forecast and the remodeling, and also the peer review that has been done on the ridership studies.
We have updated the capital and operating costs, and yes, it is higher, but we want to be clear, open, and frank and transparent with everybody. At the same time, you do know that the capital costs incorporate escalation at 3% per annum up to 2033 for phase one, which is a big figure of $27.5 billion. So you can say, are you crazy? But, if we didn't put it in, people would say, are you crazy? Or you're trying to not tell us the truth? We're trying to be truthful and say, if this thing is going to take a long time to build, it is going to become more expensive because there are things like inflation, which nobody can stop. So we have incorporated it, but we have told you how we've incorporated it. And the figure obviously is big. At the same time, we have incorporated contingencies of about 22%. Those are 22% of the construction costs. Therefore, we believe that the capital costs are I call them sometimes a bit conservative, but realistic. That means I do not want to come back to this board or to this public at a later date and say, we underestimated the cost of this particular project. It was my job to give you a realistic figure, and I believe this figure is realistic. We also compare the capital cost with international capital costs of high-speed rail systems and found these costs to be fair and reasonable. And the same was with the operating costs, and we believe that they, again, are fair and reasonable. So we have reassessed the operating performance, risks and mitigation plans, and then we also put in a realistic approach of how private capital could be made available to a project of this nature. It is all fine to be, just generally over-optimistic and say people are going to come in on day one and give you billions of dollars. That's not realistic. I personally have been involved in this type of project my whole life. And we must be realistic when private, and I come from the private sector, when the private sector will be coming into a project of this nature. And that is what we have incorporated in this business plan. So we've reassessed the federal and state funding, and we've been fair about where we stand and what we believe we need to do. And we have been also very clear about what we believe is the right way to do it. This is how high-speed rail systems are built in the world. And that is a phased, executable plan and transparent. That means phased, means building it in phases, each phase bringing value to the state. And of course, at the end of those phases is the blended solutions on the peninsula and the blended solutions in the Southern California area, because we believe that that is the way it's done in the rest of the world, and that is the right way to go. And that doesn't mean that you don't go the full blown system at the end of the day, but this is a way that you go which could last you for many, many years into the future. So once again, I think one thing I would like to leave with you today too is this phasing of the system. You have seen in our business plan, if you've read it, that the emphasis is very much on building this initial operating section. North or south, we have not made a determination in the business plan whether we should go north or south. That decision will be made and will have to be made by our board and by others, but finally by the board sometime in the future. But we have put both options into the business plan, and that is very important. You must remember that in the world, everywhere in the world, with the exception of China, because China there was never-ending money, but everywhere else in the world, the systems have been built in phases, and that means you have to get to an initial operating section. The section from Madrid to Seville, the section from Paris, Lyon to Lyon. Those are sections that are built, and once you get that high-speed rail up and operating, then you can continue to expand the system. It's also the time when you get to that revenue source that you can bring the private sector into it. We've done fair and realistic calculations of net present value of future revenues and future profits, which indicate to you and to everybody that there is fair and good money in this calculation to attract private investors. You'll see in the calculations for the Beta Basin, that means just after the IOS, in the magnitude of about $11 billion. And then later on in the project, even more money will be available as we go into the full phase one. And again, I will say, as I've said so often in these forums, everywhere in the world, high-speed rail
is a profitable business. I'm glad to see today we have some Japanese representatives here in the audience. I saw a Spanish representative in the audience or in the public, and I can tell you that they will all reconfirm to you that real high-speed rail is profitable business everywhere in the world. And therefore, I am convinced, as in fact we have received from some of them, their reconfirmation that they are willing to invest in our project when we get to the right stage, because I see this as an interesting business, in particular if you take those lovely 8 to 10 million people sitting in Northern California and those 20 plus million people sitting in Southern California connected with the 4 plus million people that are in the Central Valley. Those are beautiful numbers. That population is fantastic. And in addition to that, the population in California is growing. We can argue about how much it's growing, but it's growing. The population in places like some of the European countries, like Germany and France, are shrinking, and the population in Japan is also shrinking and stable. But we have the advantage in California, but we have to look after that advantage, and that is that our population is growing. So for that reason, we have a real opportunity, as has been the case in other parts of the world, to get private investors involved in this project, and we must just stay realistic about when and how. So just one or two more slides, because we've done a lot of this before, and I do want more of the public comment than just my comment, because all of this is in the business plan. Again, this is the construction schedule. You'll see all these slides and all these facts in the business plan as well. And you'll see the construction schedule at the top. It's a little bit small there for you to see. But at the bottom, you also see that we have shown the costs all in 2010 dollars, and then the escalated prices, the escalated costs. We call that year of expenditure, YOE. That means including that escalation factor. And so you can see that the IOS that we're looking at, the values of the IOSs that we hope to go to, we will start with the ICS, the initial construction section in the Central Valley, then go either north or south to the IOS, then to the Beta Basin and the phase 1 blended operation. We must also remember that everybody immediately starts talking about the 98 million, 117 billion, but there are many solutions before that, and there are many decision points before that, by which stage California will have very operable real high-speed rail system here in the state, the first in the United States. Bring a lot of benefits. Local manufacturing, I heard somebody in the audience asking today as to whether the trains were going to be manufactured somewhere in China or somewhere else. No, these trains and this system are American systems that will be manufactured in America. And yes, they will surely be dependent on some technology that will be required. But local manufacture is not abnormal. I've done it all my life in the United States as well. And all the stuff can be manufactured in the United States and can, to some extent, also then be designed in the United States. And you can ask anybody in the transit business in the United States, it gets done for them as well. So, again, we are not always talking about the 98 billion. We shouldn't always be talking about, that is where we want to go. This particular project is built in phases, and we must look at it phase to phase, decision point to decision point. And we can make this project happen in California for the sake and the future of our children and our grandchildren, as we heard a few times today as well. So with that introduction, Mr. Chairman, I would prefer to hear public comment, because I think that's one of the main issues that we've got these hearings for. So I'd like to hand back to you.
Thank you
for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Van Ark. If any of you are in the overflow rooms, there's plenty of room now in the main hearing room, and we would welcome you coming and joining us. So let me give the lineup here for public comment. First, Mr. Marshall Dillon. Second, Mr. Daniel Martinez. Third, Mr. Michael Quigley. Fourth, Mr. Alan Scott. So, Mr. Dillon, Mr. Marshall Dillon. All right. Mr. Daniel Martinez, going once, going twice. All right. Mr. Michael Quigley, followed by Mr. Alan Scott. Mr. Quigley, thank you.
Good afternoon.
think you're going to have to hold it.
All right. My name is Michael Quigley. I'm the Manager of Government Affairs with the California Alliance for Jobs. We represent 2,000 union construction contractors and 80,000 union construction workers in Northern California. Today, you've heard a lot of people talk about jobs and the importance and the need for this project in bringing economic activity. And part of the reason it's so important to our industry is that we're facing over twice the state's unemployment average. And even in the Central Valley, it's higher. So this is something that's needed in the near term. Additionally, construction is the leading indicator of economic activity. A boost in the construction market, and every dollar that's spent on public infrastructure turns over 7 times. So this is economic benefit that doesn't just mean directly related to construction. It's spread out across communities. And that is why you see the Chamber of Commerce, you see other business groups are here in support of this in addition to workers. But it's not only about that work. In addition, this is providing transportation options for the future. And that's why you see buy-in from UC Merced students who recognize that this is a generational project, something that they're willing to support today because of how it will develop and our state's transportation infrastructure and how it will provide options for the future. Our state needs a way forward and a way to deal with our population growth, expected to reach 50 million people. High-speed rail is that way. Thank you.
Mr. Quigley, Mr. Scott, then Mr. Behan, then I think it's Mr. Miguel Lopez. Yes, you just have to speak directly into the mic.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you to the chair and to the board. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to be on the negative side only because something I thought of this morning. One can only imagine if this authority and this board exercised superior judgment and acceptable business practices in the early days, where would this project be today? The difficulties, we keep hearing today a lot of people saying they're pleased with the outreach, then why is Kings County saying leave? We hear about the meetings. I've been doing this since May, and not many of them have gone very well. So I'm a little bit concerned about it. The biggest thing that I found out the other day was on the 5th of December, there are now 700 consultants, and I believe, Mr. Van Ark, there's 24 people on your staff? Is that a fair statement? 37? Anyway, to control 700 consultants, to me, being from the business world, what I get from that is that this is a way to create billable hours and nothing else. I'm really upset about the way this business is going. I would also ask that you look at the videos and the print media of where the minefields are today. The population in the state right now and outside of the state are not in agreement with this project. I think this project would go a long way if it was done right in the very beginning and stayed on track on the right side. Bottom line is, it's in bad shape. The only thing I have to say right now is the 10,000 jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Okay,
Appreciate
there are
it.
only 4,000 jobs, not 10,000.
All right. Mr. Behan, followed by Mr. Lopez, followed by, and I think it's Hendrickson.
Good afternoon or good evening. It's getting late. Thank you very much. Michael Behan from the City of Palmdale Public Works Department. We will be providing formal comments on the new business plan, but wanted to take a few moments to point out a few things. The City of Palmdale supports the project as it was approved under Prop 1A, which included the Antelope Valley alignment. We'd like to take the opportunity to reiterate a few key points. One is that the city and the Antelope Valley have a very clear and firm vision for high-speed rail. We have a booming population center, significant ridership potential, multimodal connectivity from a future state-of-the-art station, and we recently submitted a study that was done in 2003 that indicated that $3 billion in local benefits would be created over a time period of 30 years. That would include 40,000 jobs and 18,000 households and infrastructure development. And another key point, like we've been saying, is that we really desire to be a partner with the California High-Speed Rail and want to be a part of the team. So again, reiterating, when the time comes to reject the grapevine, alignment and to focus on the Antelope Valley alignment to finish the EIR process. And we would like to extend an invitation when that decision comes down to have the meeting in the Antelope Valley. We'd be happy to accommodate setting up the meeting. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Mr. Hendrickson, followed by Janine Parsons, followed by Mr. Hoggard.
Mr. Chairman, members of the authority, thank you very much for your being here in Merced today. My name is Mark Hendrickson, Director of Commerce, Aviation, and Economic Development for Merced County. Just be making just a few brief comments on behalf of the county with regard to your business plan. We believe this plan provides a wealth of information and data which supports the need for this critical infrastructure project in our state, and it well details the benefits to the state and our region and illustrates the meaningful benefits to be provided to our growing population, specifically through the proposed blended system. As it relates to this system, we believe that needed jobs will be created, economic stimulus will occur, and other opportunities can be ultimately realized, like extending the ACE train down from Stockton to Merced. In so doing, we believe this will provide greater access to Castle Commerce Center for your HMF needs, providing you with a superior location. Again, just to reiterate, we remain fully supportive of the high-speed rail project. I look forward to collaboratively working with the authority staff in the days ahead to ensure success of this critical project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janine Parsons, followed by Ron Haggard and Michael Lamb. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This project, as currently proposed, should be ended. It is too costly. The forecasted job numbers are exaggerated. The ridership numbers are over-projected. It veers off transportation corridors and destroys farmland. The public outreach is a sham. The business plan is too speculative and risky, and it does not follow Prop 1A. My position is defund the project as it stands. Concerning choosing the preferred alignment in Hanford, I, along with many other citizens of Hanford, oppose the Hanford East alignment. We oppose the Hanford West alignment. We oppose high-speed rail in Kings County, period.
Thank you, Ms. Parsons. Ron Haggard. Hoggard? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, is it Michael Lamb? Yes, sir, Mr. Lamb. Sure, come on up, Frank. This will be followed by John Smedley and David Dansberg, I believe. Please.
I'm Frank Oliver from Citizens for California High-Speed Rail Accountability. Prop 1A was visionary. You've heard it in this room, you've heard it today, you've heard it in the past, that we can get a man to the moon. Why can't we build high-speed rail? It went before the voters. It was a great idea if planned well, if done well, if executed well. For $33 billion, it was a heck of a deal. $10 billion of state money to throw in there, which is our money. And that the two-thirds would be made up by federal and private investment. Well, none of that has happened. This would be a system built on no subsidies, operating on no subsidies. And what do we have here now? A more honest business plan. We've heard the term more honest, more realistic. What that means is for 3 years, this board has not told the truth about what's been going on. $98 billion now is what I'm hearing, spread out over many years in a phased construction. That is not Prop 1A. And since it's not Prop 1A, you should not use the money involved with Prop 1A. Next issue, federal investment, future investment. If Prop 1A does not have enough money available to build this project, then the problem is, who will build this project? If the federal government will not give you $70 billion.
Thank you, Mr. Oliveira.
Have I had my 3 minutes?
Oh, I'm sorry, did you?
No, I didn't. I thought, weren't you relinquished your time to Mr. Oliveira? I don't know that doubled.
No,
I thought you meant that he hadn't put his name in, so you were giving your your comment to him.
You know what? Rather than, I'm sorry, I wasn't here for it. So we'll go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Oliveira. We'll give you, but in the future, when you sign up for a card, it's for yourself.
Oh, I signed up for myself.
Right. Go ahead.
Most certainly. If there is no federal money to back this up, if there is no real program that's been identified to fund this project, what are we talking about? This project needs to end. It needs to end. It needs to go back to the voters. The voters need to say, we'll give you $98 billion. Or the governor needs to say, we will give you $98 billion so you can build this project. But if that doesn't happen, you need to step away from the funds in the project.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smedley, followed by Mr. Dahlberg, followed by Mr. Atsufukuda.
I'm John Smedley. Thank you for hearing us this afternoon. I have a real problem with the ridership, your initial operating system. You're going to build a system through from Bakersfield to Fresno to Merced and then to either San Fernando Valley or San Jose. You know, I've been blessed with a little bit of logic. And some of your consultants and others who I listened to all day, one day last week at the state Senate hearings, seem to not have anything other than their vested interests at stake. Fresno, Bakersfield, Merced, none of these cities are destination points. So wherever you start from, be it San Fernando Valley or San Jose, why would they ride the train to Fresno or to Bakersfield or to Merced? These are not bedroom communities. These are not destination points. I just have a real problem getting my mind around this. I don't know, what was it, 400,000 riders to Fresno or something? You know, the whole, you talk about the population of the Central Valley being 4.2 million. That may be true, but they're scattered over a huge area. Who's going to drive 60 miles?
Thank you, Mr. Smedley.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dahlberg, followed by Mr. Fukuda. Mr. Dahlberg? No, Mr. Dahlberg. Mr. Atsufukuda. All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Brent Parsons, followed by Mr. John Bramble.
Well, I'm also with the majority of Californians who oppose high-speed rail. I'm one of them. I guess a naysayer. I think this program needs to be defunded. I'm thinking of the children also. I look at my grandchildren. Think of them, the tax burden they're going to have to pay when this doesn't go anywhere. When we build a rail from Merced to Bakersfield and the money runs out and economics gets worse. I've just think this is a horrible idea to spend this kind of money on this kind of project. Ridership is wrong. I hear facts from the board here about Taiwan being profitable. It made a little money last year, but overall, it did not. It's in the red. So if that's wrong, how can I believe the rest of what I'm hearing today? I can't. We need to defund this program. We need to end it. Talking to the legislators, I'll remember who supports this program, who supports this rail. They won't get my vote to get back into office. And I'll encourage others not to vote for these particular legislators to get back into office. This is irresponsible. We need to defund this program and end it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. John Bramble, followed by Millard Downing.
Good afternoon. I'm John Bramble, City Manager of the City of Merced. I want to just basically say that high-speed rail has been a vision for this state for well over a decade. And a lot of that was related to the transport of people in an effective, efficient, and reasonable manner, as well as trying to improve the air quality, not only in the state, but definitely in the valley, because this is going to help us immensely cut down on the number of car vehicles that are going back and forth between all of these locations. And I'd love to do a public debate, but that's not the purpose here. So a vision, a great vision from my perspective, is it's important to have a business plan or a financial plan to back it up. And I believe that that's what you've done. The 2012 draft business plan, from our perspective, is a realistic forecast and plan of what it will take to have a high-speed rail system that will be profitable or at least break even, as opposed to a bureaucratic plan to determine the financial viability of a project that bureaucrats tend to try to put together. I being one, I'm qualified to say that, I believe. So from my perspective, the incorporation of a blended plan or a phased plan was a very good move on the part of the staff as well as the board, and it will allow the high-speed rail to be effective. We congratulate the authority, both staff and the board, for insisting that a realistic business plan be put together and making this a effective transportation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bramble. Thank you for your hospitality here, and please extend our good wishes and thankfulness to the City Council. Thank you. Mr. Downing, followed by Mary Jane Facundez, followed by Chuck Kinney.
My name is Miller Downing, as I was up earlier. Our government, the federal government, is in bad shape financially and has been getting worse and worse. Our state government is in bad shape and has been getting worse and worse. Our governor has decided that taking money from much of our things that are very needed, such as our universities, our law enforcement, our counties, is beneficial for bringing the budget in line. But yet he wants to support the high-speed rail that is speculative and will create a disaster for my grandkids. If I have great-grandkids, it'll be a disaster for them. I think this needs to be put on hold. I'm not saying that we don't need high-speed rail sometime in the future, but I think this is bad timing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Facundez, followed by Mr. Kinney, followed by Darren McCracken.
Hi, I'm Mary Jane Fagundes, Hanford, California. Mr. Van Ark, in your business plan, so now you're trying to be upfront and transparent? What were you before? I'm not going to talk much about numbers as with the 600 or 700 consultants, and most are in your back pocket. We know the game. But what I want to say is this. I'm tired of the cutthroat salesmanship of this product. By the way, it's 4,000 jobs total, 100,000 man-hours over the course of 5 years. I'm normally the skeptic, but now I'm the realist, and I cannot believe the corruption amongst you, the High-Speed Rail Authority, and your employees. Numbers can be made up however you want them to seem, but really, 900 riders every 5 to 6 minutes from Merced to anywhere? Logic and honesty obviously are not in your vocabulary or what drives you, the High-Speed Rail Authority. You are not people of integrity. It is time that the high-speed rail do the right thing and think and act responsibly. Get the dollar signs out of your eyes and your pocketbooks and make it about justice for all, not just those that said yes in 2008. This boondoggle needs to be defunded, and you, the High-Speed Rail Authority, need to be disbanded. This isn't the movie Field of Dreams. We need to educate our children. They're our future, not high-speed rail. We need to be protected from the corrupt as well as you, the high-speed rail. We need to honor our many other outstanding obligations, pay our debts, and not create more debt with high-speed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Again, think and act responsibly, whatever it is, the 52% that voted for you or even the 48% that didn't.
Ms.
This is no longer Prop 1A.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Just as an aside, having spent a number of years outside the United States in countries that weren't known for their liberty and their Bill of Rights, it's actually encouraging to hear a public forum where folks can voice their point of view freely. So we welcome that. Mr. Kinney.
Good afternoon. Chuck Kinney, Deputy Director for Kings County Community Development Agency. Just wanted to state that the business plan as it stands today is still incomplete since it fails to take all of the mitigation measures which will be required for this project into consideration. In addition to not completing all of the required studies prior to the release of the project level EIRs for both the Fresno to Bakersfield and the Merced to Fresno sections, subsequent new alignments such as the Hanford West and what is being called the hybrid alignment north of Fresno are only now beginning to be discussed and will be required to be completely studied prior to any environmental approval. With these new studies, it would have been impossible for the cost of mitigation resulting from these studies to have been incorporated into the current business plan, and therefore, only once all of the required studies have been completed detailing the required mitigation for the project will it be possible to obtain a business plan which accounts for the full cost of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corinne Cecil, Raven Morelli, and then Michael Lumio. Or Lomio. Corinne Cecil? No? Raven Morelli? Raven Morelli. Michael Lomio. Elliot Davis? Elliot Davis. Renee Davenport. Ms. Davenport, followed by Mr. Browning, followed by Jonathan Rankin.
Good afternoon. My name is Renee Davenport, and I'm in full support of the high-speed rail. And I think we need to go back to our history books and look at the Hoover Dam FDR opposition to the New Deal. Look at the results today. I'm sure they were hearing the same thing that we're hearing today. Late 40s and 50s, Eisenhower Interstate Highway System operation. Prime ag land being used. Can't do, don't do. Look at this system now. We are in a depression made today. We are in the same depression mode today as we were back then. People without jobs willing to work. History speaks for itself. We will be making history not for my age group, but young adults, grandchildren, children. This is called progress. No different from the Hoover New Deal FDR 30s and 40s or the Eisenhower Interstate 40s and 50s. I believe that we need to open up and realize that progress is coming 20 to 30 years. Nobody can really speculate what a price is going to be 20 and 30 years from now. You can give an assumption, but you can't really put a number to that. So I would hope and encourage people, especially the ones in Merced, we're for it. We're willing to have ag land, which has been used anyway for developers, and houses are sitting there empty. So I am in total support of this, going back to our history books. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davenport. Let me read the rest of the commentators for this afternoon. Mr. Browning, followed by Mr. Rankin, followed by Joel Murillo, and then finally our last commenter is Mr. Bennett.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'd like to take this moment to thank Mr.
I think you're going to have to put the microphone right up to your mouth there. Thanks.
All right, let me lean into it.
Beautiful.
Read this stuff.
All right.
I want to thank Mr. Van Ark and the board for granting an additional public comment time on this rather complex business plan. And thank you very much for that. Mr. Van Ark, you made several comments, and I'm just itching to get into a discourse with you, but I don't have the background. I haven't seen that part of the document, but it's coming, like Easter Bunny. I'll be around. I'm going to veer off because most of what I was going to say has been covered by some very eloquent people. But I do want to make one comment. And I don't want to take away from Mr. Levitt's presentation. He just put the information up there. But one thing that caught my eye, And I went back to the first meeting that I ever went to, and the first time I ever saw one of those maps out, and I ever saw the little lines drawn on it, and I said, oh, thank God, it's not going over my house. It's only going 300 feet away from it. But what I saw and what I was told when we said, well, couldn't you move this over there a little bit? And we were told by the engineers that were there, no, you can't make sharp turns like that. You can't squiggle around like that. Well, the things that I saw up there in Mr. Levitt's presentation were tighter than I originally saw in the presentation at the Kit Carson School. So I'm going to go back and try to get those documents, look at them very carefully.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Browning. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Mr. Rankin, Mr. Joel Morello, and then finally Mr. Bennett.
Good afternoon. I just want to address a couple of things I haven't heard anybody really talk about. And I think one of the issues that sort of like shades the credibility of a lot of the pitch has to do with ridership and revenue projections.
And sir, if you speak right in the microphone.
Better?
There. That's better,
Okay.
yes. Thank you.
I think one of the issues that people have a lot of questions about is the profitability or the sustainability and the cost of the project on one side, but also the running costs and those projections of profitability or revenue or ridership. There's a lot of questions about that. I know I've ridden on just about every, probably like you have, just about every high-speed train in the world, except for the new one in Dubai. And the only one that I think that really breaks the nut, that actually pays for itself, is the Osaka-Tokyo stretch. The rest of them are all in debt. Even the ones in China, which now are having some, even though they have the latest technologies with regard to their system, I think anybody, I know you guys know, but I don't know if everybody else out there knows that last month they just reduced the speed of all their trains by 50% because of a horrendous wreck where 35 people died and another, I think 1,400 people were severely injured. But all in all, for all the things that the train system in general is pretty safe. It's a good means of transportation. But the question, I think, also that is a big one for a lot of people is this not just the cost, the initial cost of building this, but the sustainability? How does it cost to sustain this project? What does it cost per year? And then when you look at your revenue and ridership numbers, where do they come from?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Murillo.
Chairman, members of the board, staff, elected officials, and members of the public. My name is Joel Murillo. I have homes in Fresno and Fowler, California, both in the initial phase of construction here. I have businesses in Fresno and Fowler as well. I want to associate myself with the comments made by Blake Congsel and thank Member Dan Richard for bringing to the attention of the rest of the board and to ask that the workforce aspect of the plan be discussed at a meeting in the near future. I'm very happy to hear that we're able to do that because if you recall, the Chinese, the Irish, the Germans, the Italians, the Mexicans, all of the people who worked on bringing the Intercontinental Railroad to fruition were all courageous, strong, powerful people who did an awesome job and brought a great deal of equity to our economy. And this is what high-speed rail will do. It will bring equity to the state of California unlike anywhere else in the world. California is a leader. And what we have done in California is strengthen Southern California and Northern California. And now with the high-speed rail, we will join all of California together for the very first time. On October 8th, 1958, I saw my father and my uncles on a handcart on the Southern Pacific Railroad come home. And I went up to my father and I said, my sister has been born. This is what we want in California. People working on the railroad, and the high-speed railroad is the epitome of all railroads. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murillo. Finally, Mr. Bennett.
Good afternoon once again.
First of all, I just want to say, for those who weren't in the room or whatever, I do represent the Central Valley Tea Party, and I am a sitting board member. I represent 5,000 plus voices of the members of the Central Valley Tea Party who demand fiscal responsibility. I'm not going to go in your honesty plan that's already been touched on. I will say that I spent 27 years in law enforcement serving the citizens of California. I was mandated by oath to be honest, and I expect that out of every department within the state of California. And the comment on this lady's, actually, we're not in a depression, we're in a recession, but if we continue with high-speed rail, we will be in a depression. And can you articulate where the power to operate this train is going to come from? The business plan is inaccurate, it is flawed in many ways, and we the people demand that the governor and the legislature defund this plan until something honest and forthcoming can be presented to the people of California. I'm not sure where our city councilman from Fresno and our supervisor, Mr. Perea and Mr. Bain, got their information, but a recent poll in Fresno showed that 62% of the people in Fresno and Fresno County were against high-speed rail.
Mr. Bennett, that concludes public comment with respect to the draft business plan for today, and that concludes our meeting. We'll adjourn. We'll reconvene on January the 12th at a location to be determined. Thank you all for attending. We appreciate your input. Meeting's adjourned.